Well, we've had a little bit of a luncheon break. Time to grab some food and resettle ourselves down on an in. And I tell you what, I've got some coffee just to relax alongside of as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the second half of today's racing action ready to come to you. And we're going to be starting with the Super Pickup Class D1. Your A and B class drivers going to be out on track in just a few moments. And shots from the circuit, they're already the promo package is starting to roll. Sandy Stuvic's number 3 Ford Performance Racing entry on screen, one of a few of the Ford racing entries in action. Of course, the bulk of the field in the Isuzu D-Maxes, and Dan, to be perfectly honest, I don't care what brand they are, they make for incredible racing.
Oh no, they do. These trucks and these drivers here often no holds barred action from start to finish. And I mean, saying that, we saw that fair bit of that in Super Pickup Division 2 just before the lunch break at the circuit, but there was a bit of drama there with drivers, unfortunately, a lot of trucks falling foul of mechanical issues and pulling over before the end of the race. So we'll see how it works out here today and with the D1 drivers and how they go at navigating things here. But I mean, yeah, we've got, as I said, nearly a strong majority in Isuzu D-Maxes of various shapes and forms. There is a handful, or at least 1 or 2 Mitsubishi Tritons in and amongst it. As you said, the couple of the Ford Rangers from Aurora Ford Thailand Racing, as well as the Ford Corliss Race Engineering teams. So those 2 squads looking to duke it out once again. And then in and amongst all of that, we then have Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand with their lone Toyota Hilux champ just going past there on screen through turn 7 on this sighting lap to the grid from the pits. So that's a little bit of what to expect here with these trucks. I'm looking at 33 drivers on the timing screen, so this is going to be a hectic race. At least the potential for a hectic race is most definitely there today.
Yeah, warm-up laps, formation lap to try and get to the grid, bit of a sighting lap, and an opportunity for our fans to get down and amongst all of the racing action as well. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be an exciting afternoon, because what have we got for you? 12 laps worth of racing action for your Super Pickup here to kick us off for this afternoon's action. Following that, the 60-minute race of your Super Compacts will kick into overdrive. You saw qualifications for those drivers this morning. Now you're going to see the race this afternoon. And then finally, to round us out on your Saturday afternoon's racing action is going to be your TCR Asia, 15 laps for them, and the critical factor of who's going to come out on top of Zhang Zhengdong or Max Hart, which was an interesting battle in a red flag affected qualifying session earlier today. The Super Pickups form their way up onto the grid. And to be honest, Dan, it's been an interesting championship thus far. We were talking about with the Super Pickup Class D2 earlier, half points were awarded for the second race from the Bang Sen Street Circuit round, and that was because of dramas with red flags and not being able to complete the racing action. It's been a wild opening couple rounds for the Super Pickup racing action in both categories.
Yeah, it certainly has. And just having a look at how things have gone in terms of the standings. Again, DNFs unfortunately have been pretty strong up and down the order when you're looking at the overall standings. There actually also was back at the very first race of the season a disqualification, which definitely hurt the number 93 of Nutnuch. Impressively though, rebounded to then get a first and a second at Bang Sen. So still equal third on points is the number 93 truck coming into this weekend's racing here at Chang. And there's a whole lot to play for between, just accidents, unfortunately, suspending the racing action, trucks with mechanical issues breaking down is another thing, and things like also trucks breaking down at various points across the weekend and not able to start the races as well as a result. So there's all of those things to play in mind, let alone the racing we get to see on our screens here with those who do get out there from the start of the race.
I think an interesting thing that's worth noting is that I was just scrolling through the entry lists as well for the Super Pickup categories, and something that's worth everyone just being aware of is that they do carry success ballast throughout the year. So if you win race number 1, you're going to be picking yourself up a little bit of a weight penalty that you're going to be carrying for the rest of the season. What that's about? Well, it creates interesting racing. Suddenly, some of the guys are a little bit deeper in the field, move themselves a little bit further forward, just with a lighter truck, a little bit quicker in terms of straight line speed, a lot less body roll throughout the corners as well. So that's worth keeping in the back of your mind in terms of these finishing results. It's it's interesting to note, and I think Sandy Stuvik has picked up a third place race one, which was, sorry, my apologies. They do get readjusted after each race. So if you finish on the podium in one race, the next race you don't finish on the podium, it does come off. My apologies, I've called that one incorrectly. So there will be a few drivers carrying carryover provisionals. Nat Natch will be one of those, has an extra 30 kilograms, I believe, that'll be added to his car for this race. Nuttawat in the number 5 entry will have an extra 10 kilos, and Super Chai will be carrying 20 kilos after race number 4 at the Bang Seng Grand Prix.
Yeah, pardon me. They're just having a quick look at the points table. I actually wasn't quite aware of the ballasting bit there, but that's always good to keep on top of there. I'll have to poke you for where that came from there at some point. But anyways, yeah. The other thing to note is the point spread. It drops off pretty quickly outside of the top 6 or 7 drivers. So just even quickly walk you through this whilst Goody's talking on the grid too. I think Anawat and the number 95 at this moment. So your championship leader is 10 up on in the number 15 truck, currently sitting on pole for this race as well. So that's looking strong there for this one here. 50 championship points scored this year so far after 4 races. Second place is Super Chai in the number 7 truck, 38 points scored from... of course, there it is. Thank you very much. 38 points for Super Chai. In second place, Nutnuch and Alongkorn are tied on 35 points each for third place. Fifth place is then Suwat in the 59 on 33 points. But Seni Stuvik is back in 6th, but he's back on 24 points. It was a bit of a drop back there for him. Then you've got Nantawat on 17 points after scoring all of those points at Chung to start the season off. No points scored at Bang Sen. Likewise for Longcorn, all of his points scored were from the opening races of the season here at Chung. None at Bang Sen again. Then you've got Jack Lemvard, 16 points after very rough Bang Sen weekend for him. He scored all his points at Chung. And then 3 drivers tied for 9th. On 12 points apiece, Scott, just to round things out. And as for a tale of different stories, the number 5, Nuttawut, has scored 3 points in every race so far this year versus Surachai, 1 race where he scored all 12 points that he's got so far this year. And then Ekasit, 4 points race 1 of the year, 8 points race 2 of the year, none at Bang Sen. So how's that for a tale of drivers ending up on 12 points apiece in very different circumstances there?
The interesting thing is that's what the numbers that you're actually talking about. That's actually the overall driver standings. When you actually scroll down to the Class A standings as well, Lemvard's actually up on 25 points. Would you say was 16? So he's scored 9 more points. So the B class drivers have actually been doing quite well thus far throughout the championship. And I think the actual championship battle gets even tighter at the top. For your A class standings, because Thenophon's on 52 points and Super Chai is on 50 points. So that championship battle is extremely tight. In B class, Suat leads the way from Alongkorn, and Alongkorn had a very, very strong start. I remember he was incredibly successful all the way back at the first 2 races of the season, 2 wins in B class standings, but only scored 8 points from the B class standings at Bang Sen. Well, the good thing for Alongkorn is the final few races are all going to be coming from Buriram. So, he gets the opportunity to potentially take what is a very strong track for him and potentially convert it into a Class B outright title. And he's not off the pace in terms of the overall championship standings as well. He's actually had an overall race win. The benefit for him being that one of the races that he scored no points from in the overall standings in B class, he does actually score some points from that one. Sandy Stuvik sits on row number 2, which we're looking at the moment. Sandy's an interesting case as well. 24 points across the season thus far for Sandy, and it's been a reasonable spread of results, reasonably consistent. It's basically just taking the second race from Chung earlier in the season. So, another good opportunity and a quick truck here today, an opportunity to score a lot of points.
Yeah, and that'll be hopefully, well, that'll be part of the goal for everyone here. But yeah, drivers, you said, like Sandy Stuvik, who's been busy this year, double duty here in TSS competition racing with the win here by BQAR, Audi R8 and TSS Supercar GT3 on the one hand, and then also here with Aurora Ford Thailand racing in that Ford Ranger of his for Super Pickup Division 1. So two very different kinds of cars. And thankfully, for say this weekend, he's only got to focus on the pickup truck. There is no TSS Supercar racing this weekend. We'll see them back in action in 2 weeks' time from the Sepang International Circuit for their 7th and 8th races of the season. Actually, pardon me, their 5th, 6th, 6th, 7th, and 8th races of the season, because the cancelled race from Sepang 2 weeks ago, it got rained out. The latest I saw publicly from the Thailand Super Series that it would be rescheduled to run in the next round, which is in 2 weeks' time from now. So they'll actually do a triple header for the supercar classes that got rained out last time out, rather than just the standard 2-race format we'd be expecting at Sepang.
Yeah, so yeah, that'll be interesting to see how they try and work that one all in and what the format's going to be. But that'll be next time out. That'll be the next one that these guys start to focus on. In the meantime, the most important factor is that there is 3 minutes before these cars will be rolling off of the starting grid. And 3 minutes to start focusing themselves in now. Everything starts to become a battle of skill. And deeper in the field, again, still sitting on that grid, still waiting up, and 32 cars were present for qualifying for the weekend for Super Pickup A and B. Missing times for 4 of those cars, and Alon Korn with a penalty that of some description that sees him with a time that would have qualified on the second row of the grid, and in fact was actually the pole time out of the class. So a disqualification of that time for Alon Korn sees him start off the final row of the grid. That says, again, there's pace, there's an opportunity for Alon Korn. The difficulty is going to be, and he's being quick, how far through the field can he get? That'll be a very, very big, important factor for his weekend is, okay, everything that's happened in qualifying and the removal of that time, well, it's in the past now. The race is what's ahead. You've got to overtake cars. Can he overtake 20 cars and be close to picking up a point? If he can pick up points from this race, that revives his season, and he's a potential to do. He's quick enough. You know, it's on the table. Now it's up to him.
I think the biggest thing will also be just having a look at this, like pole position for Tanapon, just going back to the front of the field, 1 minute 52.8, and second place from Anawat was a 154.6. Now, one of the things we have heard about these series is that they have adjustable boost in these trucks, and so it's this sort of almost game of figuring out, well, how much boost do I want to put into the engine at a certain point? And we've seen from the Division 2 trucks earlier that they really, it felt like everyone was falling, dropping out like flies. So I was sort of hinting at it earlier, teams and stuff, they're going to probably be very mindful of, well, exactly how do they want to dial in the trucks so that they can last 12 laps around here, because it seems that's a real challenge in some respects. And the field spread as well, looking at qualifying times, it goes all the way back to a 2 minute 3.4. So we've got nearly a 10-second spread in qualifying, let alone the drivers who are right at the back who didn't set a time, or just in the case of Alon Korn who had his time removed, as well as Jack Lemvard, no time from the had a 2 minute 2.1, but there's a note here about a competitor request form, which puts him in the very last position, 33rd. As the formation lap will get underway here, Scott, and let's hopefully see all these trucks roll away and get ready to go racing for their first 12 laps of the weekend here at the Chung International Circuit.
Yeah, you'll see them roll away, and the Hankook tyres will come on up as well. Have a look up and down the pit lane, the interest levels of all the fans. This is one of the cars and categories that they come to see. A little bit of the aero devices on the front corners of the split. You certainly want to create anything that you can potentially do to give these cars any sort of better shape through the air. Won't help all that much, but anything you can do will not be underestimated in terms of things. Andy Stuvik, what's his race pace look like? He's qualified well now. First challenge out of the way. Can he convert off that second row of the grid? Driver that's been in and around the series for a very long time and competitive in Thailand motorsports for an incredibly long time as well. That is the 4.5 kilometers that make up the Chang International Circuit. And here are the Hankook official tyres, the Ventus RS4. The tyres of choice for both the Super Eco category that you saw earlier on and both of the D1 and D2 classes of Super Pickup in operations. 17 and 18-inch varieties in use for the Super Pickup category. And we're going to get into our starting grid. From pole position is going to be Thanaphon in the 15 car. From Anawat, who will start off alongside of him, the 95. 93 of Nat Natch, off alongside of Nanthawat in the 24. 44 of Simon, off alongside of Sandy Stuvik in the 3. Ekasit in the number 2 entry. And Surachai in the 89 from the 4th row of the grid. Your top 10 will be rounded out by Chinawat's 23 and Suwat's 59. Row number 6 is going to be Natawat in the number 5 and Super Chai's number 7. Akasit is going to be in the number 81 off row number 7 and 13th spot. Danawat will be alongside in 14th spot for the 45 entry. The number 91 of Jataron will be off of row number 8, 15th spot on the grid, on the bottom of the graphic there. Supercorn will be alongside of him, 16th for the number 4 driver. The 13 entry of Chalampon will be out of 17th spot, row 9 on the grid. Shiapon will be alongside of him in 18th, and 19th will be the 53 of Andrew Cronin. Jalen Robotham will start alongside of him, rounding out your top 20 in the 21 machine. 21st is going to be the 99 of Kemaruch, and Paitoon will be alongside of him in the 11 entry. 23rd will be Chinon, and Jack Lemvard, 24th. Will be alongside of him. Chase Chakras Parks on the graphics showing right there. Akilak will be in the 16 entry, 25th. Chayapon the 26th entry. Nuthaporn 27th. Firawat 28th. And we'll roll back through Songsat and Tenawat 29th and 30th. Pushing outside the 30s, Waris will be in the 88 entry at 31st. Alon Korn in 32nd. And I think you said, Dan, there will be a 33rd, which will show for us, and it is Jack Lemvard that'll start from the rear of the field, which shuffles up the final few rows of the grid as well. Chase Chakras Parks, we saw not having the best run a little bit earlier on in the Super Eco category, but they're full formed up and ready for a race start, Dan.
That they are indeed, and also note, of course, our pickup Class A and pickup Class B drivers all mixed up plenty here, it seems, in this one. There's a strong showing of pickup Class B in the top half. So Tanapon will lead them to the green light, or the green flag here in a second, as they're all in position, and they'll very slowly round turn number 12 here. And we'll see when he puts the foot down from the front of the field. Anawat in looking for outright fight, but also, of course, he's going to have the Class B to mind us. Except the hammer's starting to come down from our race leader as the lights go out on the timing gantry, and we are underway for 12 laps of racing here in Thailand. Super Pickup Division number 1. As we make the run to turn a number 1 as well. Too wide for the second place. That's going to be Tanawat who leads them through the first corners. Look at them all pulling out to the pit exit. Several trucks. Well, track limits, water track limits, they are very optional, it seems, indeed. As down towards turn 3 will come here, and it's 3 wide further on back. It's now 3 wide for the race lead here, as it's Tanapon on the inside. I think he's got Chinawat to the middle of the road, and then you've got Anawat there in the Class B truck as they get through the hairpin. So far, so good, it seems, as they then round out and back on the power for the run to turn number 4.
Yeah, they'll pick it up and try and go around. Was there a truck that just went very, very wide? There's a truck around in the background. The white and blue truck might have been one of the Ford entries. Unfortunately, all the way out and in the weeds. Might have been Lemvard. He was that deep in the field that potentially could have beaten him on the run down at turn number 5 now. They'll all turn it in, and unfortunately, it's the B class of Anawat who's actually dropping all the way off the front row, back through the field, and a car out of shape. And a safety car's immediately being deployed, and I think that'll be for the incident that is down off of the hairpin at turn 3, and whoever that was that didn't make it through the timing lines is going to have some sort of issues. They'll throw the safety car boards and flags, and the field is going to be controlled once again as they all feed. Oh my word! Look at the number of cars that are destroyed here, and you can understand why the safety car has been deployed. And there was a fourth truck that's crawling away from the scene. That truck is probably going to be taking no further part for the 45 entry. Danawat started out of 12th position, so this has happened right in the middle of our field, Dan.
Yeah, as we're going to get a replay of it. Here's a look to the left-hand side of your screen there on the exit of turn 3. I think 2 trucks get together, then we're going to have a 3rd or 4th truck that just gets involved by virtue of arriving on the scene. There, unfortunately, with all of the exhaust smoke and the wide-angle shot there, it's a little hard to pick up exactly how that's all started, but as you did note, neutralizes the fields here. Just noting here that for the 45, of Danawat, started 14th in this race. Apologies, our timing seems to be how's that a look? So we've got the number 5 truck here, most definitely dead in the water. So that's Natawut, who started 11th in this race, and yeah, that truck's not going anywhere anytime fast. So 45 limping his way back to the pits. You've got the 81 machine of Arcasit there, which is unfortunately parked up in the Armco as well now. And I believe we're looking for a 3rd truck stopped on the track as well. Just wait to get confirmation of exactly who that was. The possibility saying is potentially look for number 15 of Tanapon or the 66 of Chayapon, as neither of those trucks seem to have had a particularly good first sector. We'll maybe get a shot of them here if that car is still near the track, as the field is under the control of the safety car approaching the incident site.
Yeah, so I'm showing, for the viewers watching along, that we've got 6 cars that have failed to make a sector time at any point, and I'm showing we're missing the 24 of Nanthawat, 5 of Natawat, 81 of Akasit, Danawat's 45, the 66 of Chayapon, and the 15 of Thanaphon are the cars that haven't made a line. We've definitely seen the 81 machine of Akasit has certainly been a part of that one. There was a fair few cars, and that's smoke coming from the front left corner here of the 44 entry. So he's got issues, and you can see them all fanning out as well as soon as they get clear of the incident. So there's the 44 machine's got damage to the front left, or he's got an issue with a seal of some kind, because that was, yeah, that's not the right color of smoke that car should be blowing.
It's a 6 on the back of that truck, meanwhile. Yeah, so troubles for several trucks there. I think that was a 6. So I think 66 of... And it was also orange, a Chayapon. The truck parked there and stricken on the actual track. So that now accounts for the 3. So the number 5, the 81, the 66 are the 3 trucks that are still trapped there on track. And not going anywhere anytime soon. So yeah. Also noting that apparently, yeah, so Danawat has made it back to the pits. We're missing a 23 of Chinawut. Somewhere on circuit, we believe. Although, and then, yeah, issues we think with the transponder, or didn't start the race at all for the 13 of Shalampon and the 25 of Chess Chakras Parks, which would be a pretty brutal way for things to go about if you didn't actually get to the start of this race at all. So, well, unfortunately, didn't quite get a full lap in, and also do need to bring up that we did see the timing alert safety car as we had drivers. Still want to get another look at this incident here. So it starts... Oh, so one of the trucks, they're coming from the outside back to the middle of the road, tagging and spinning. So tagging... And the 81 gets the 5, and here's a different angle of it, perhaps. Look to the right-hand side of your shot this time, folks. Do we see it?
Still coming. There's
the 5 going around. I think, does he get the 81 actually? And it's the 66 perhaps that got into the 5. It's unfortunately a little unclear.
Good to see the stewards were watching the same shots that we were, by the way. Remember how I said there was smoke coming off the front end of the 44? Oil leak detected, return to pit lane. So black and orange flag effectively saying you've got a mechanical issue with that car. You can take no further part. And yeah, unfortunately, because he was doing quite well as well. He was sitting in 4th spot for Simon Mapaki. And that will be the end of his race, you would assume. If there's a leak of some kind, particularly with oil, you're not cleaning that one up quickly or finding a way to deal with it. And there he is feeding into the lane on the right-hand side of that shot. So unfortunately for him, he's going to cost himself a whole bunch of spots. But we're all sitting there going, yeah, there's a ton of smoke out of that one. I think he's absolutely got to jump out of the way. Stuvik, remember, started out of 6th spot, has dropped back to 7th as we were having a look at the number 3 truck there, although with the 44 getting back to pit lane, you can see the amount of fluid that's come out of that car. Yeah.
Oh dear, indeed. Yeah, that's not going anywhere anytime soon. I think so. Unfortunately for Simon, was looking to race for the Class B and outright results here today. That's going to be no can do as for the rags. The Marshall team in the pits will go because that needs to be cleaned up. For the rest of the afternoon. And oh, look at that, they're spilling out at the front end of the truck as well. So that's going to be a pretty decent cleanup as well, let alone hopefully it won't take too long, but it might take a little while for that to all drain out. As the 99 also in the pit lane of Kemaruch was scored 19th when he got into the pits, but it's going to go up on a jack as well. So they've got something I need to have a look at as well.
Are they pointing at that front right tyre? Are they thinking there might be a slow leak?
Let's have a look here, see what we can see. So glove going on from one of the mechanics there as well.
We're certainly having a look at that front right tyre.
Oh yeah, you bet. See here. Is it just the tyre or is it something in the right-hand corner? In general. So yeah, one of the things I did want to bring up is, and I kind of got distracted from it, is that a couple of drivers we noticed there, the safety car boards and flags were a little bit behind the timing screens we've got access to, but there were drivers still racing almost up to and after the safety car boards and flags come out. So do need to note that that was noticed by race control, and overtaking under the safety car is under review, as it looks like Chase Chakras Parks, he did get out on track, although he is still scored as 33rd and last, which I don't think is the case. So definitely not been a great day for some transponders, it seems, around here, Scott. But you may do with what you can, I guess, and hope it doesn't cause any big issues as we watch the drivers here still under safety car. I haven't seen a message if we're good to go racing yet or not. We might be one more lap here before we can resume.
I reckon there's probably going to be at least one more lap. Just there's still a lot of cleaning up that's going on in and around that accident, and the number of course vehicles that are in that location will probably get at least one more, depending upon whether or not we might get the second one. There's the Corliss Racing Engineering Ford team down in the pit lane at this point in time. Stuvik's a lot further back. Yeah, so he's actually back to 9th. So the timing that we were looking at. Oh, look at the fluid out of this car. It's still dumping it too. It's not done.
Yeah, it's going to take a while and a few more rags and a whole lot of the powder to absorb that up there. So that's a mess they didn't want to have to deal with, but here we are. Look at that. Wherever it goes, it's just, yeah. So either they're carrying a lot of fluid on board that truck, or it's a case of, just whatever's broken on that thing, it's multiple fluid systems perhaps all leaking out because, out on track now trying to clean up some of the fluid it's dropped over the course of circulating around so far in this race. Or just a little bit of cleanup from there, just the track work. I know they go through turns 9 and 10. There you are. So that's just off the racing line, sort of where you'd want to be if you're trying to gamble on too wide. And they're having to really work on cleaning that up. And you can see Marsh also really particularly working on finding every little bit of debris they can find to sweep up and clean up here.
And just testing the surface, I think, as well. A lot of walking around because there were cars, I think, that also got into that were just still crawling around. So at least be one more lap on the safety car. So when we go back green flag racing, at most, we're going to have 8 laps left to run here. There's 9 to go in this race right now. So still coming our way as it currently stands, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. There's also an update that's come in about the provisional race results, I think, for Super Eco, that I'm just going to go ahead and have another look at, because there was quite a lot to do with potential penalties for the eco drivers, but it doesn't actually look like it's been shuffled too much, which is good to see. Just having a look. Yeah, it doesn't look like the top 10 actually got shuffled too much out of that one, because there was a fair bit of going on around track limits penalties. That's some cleanup they have to do in the pit lane. That was a lot of fluid. And you would expect probably the 44. The driver would have known. Simon would have absolutely known that he was dropping fluid.
I mean, you look how many team members have now got out here trying to both lay down the quick dry powder and then also help sort of disperse it. That is going to be a very slippery surface, just offline as well through turns 10, and then actually come back to the racing line of 11, I think, because he just held the outside of that corner. And if anything, with the amount of time they're spending out there cleaning that up, that's going to mean a good chance at another lap under safety car here, which will shorten the race up even more in terms of actual laps they'll get completed today. Currently doing over 4 minutes a lap. In fact, our fastest lap of the race officially is a safety car lap of a 4 minute 13.6 from the 85 of a Longhorn, to put it all in perspective, I guess.
But have a look. Have a look at the number of cars he passed. Remember, he was at the back row of the grid. He's done half the job. He's up to 16th. So, hard part of the race done for a Longhorn. And remember, he was quick, and this all plays back into his favour again. If he's got speed and can make a few more overtakes towards the tail end of this race, and particularly with a restart here. You know, one of the things you sort of want is a quick caution to sort of just bunch everyone back up again, and then you can go and overtake a whole bunch more cars. But he's got speed. He may still end up scoring points from this race yet. The problem he'll want is the issue he's got is he probably wants them to release this time by, and that safety car is actually already pulling away from the field. We might be green with 8 to go here.
We'll see here. The latest message from race control is that just be very mindful through turns 6 and 7, apparently. Then also another spot potentially where there's a lot of fluid down that they've been trying to dry up. So they've noted turn 6, turn 7, slippery. Careful through there. As we're just waiting for confirmation if that safety car is indeed heading back to the pit lane, and we will get a race restart here in a second, or if there was just a safety car pulling a bit of a margin inadvertently relative to the race leader as we come round through.
This is a slow car.
It
just went down into 9, I think it was.
We'll look here and see as they come round. That all looking relatively orderly, and I'm not seeing a safety car at the front of the queue. So you might be onto something here. Let's see, or is that was very wide through turn 12. See some there, the pit crews down, teams and crews down on the as an event. There you go, safety car still on track. Never mind. It definitely would have been very late to call that one back. So, unfortunately, folks, it will be another lap on the safety car here at the Chang International Circuit in Thailand's Super Pickup Division 1.
Yeah, and everyone just sort of chills out for a few more moments. Jack Lemvar from the rear end of the field as well, by the way, up to 18th. So a ton of spots picked up for him as well. And 36 machine is Shannon Rochana. Just seeing the Ford come through the compact brakes Valvoline Z-Race entry. Another car pulling to the side back there as well. Is that another retirement we might just be having?
I missed. What do I do? Of course, I look down for half a second thinking I can take a moment. And how about that there from Sandy Stuvik down the stretch here to turn 3. He's got the cabin door, driver's door open on his truck, just trying to get a bit more air into the the cockpit of the number 3 machine there, as got the medical car parked up there near pit exit. From that shot there that we stayed on for a while, couldn't see a car pulled over in the moment. So simply left to wait and see, it seems. As I'm just also noting here, still a couple of timing issues for a couple of cars. It thinks there are several trucks that are a lap down relative to the field, but they're very much in the queue, and I don't think they're meant to be a lap down. And, well, with all that said and done, that's another thing to worry about another time, because latest from race control is that we are ready to go racing finally once more here in Thailand Super Pickup Division 1. Safety car coming back in at the end of this lap, Scott.
Yep, and the safety car as well, if you have a look down at turn 6 and 7, is trying to get out there and get on some of that powder and disperse it at least a little bit to try and clean that track up, which is not a bad idea. So field will be placed back into the hands of Nadanic, the Class A driver, who will lead the way.
That's a slow-moving truck.
That's the truck I saw. His right front tire's not on that car.
Oh,
that?
Yeah, no. Oh, I do indeed. That is a bad look. 13.
It's the tire on the rim. So the rim's pointing in the right direction, but it's the tires actually come off the rim.
Well, you don't see that every day.
I'm stunned, because that's happened on a safety car. You don't see that every day, but you see it even less often under safety car.
We're being told to consider the fact that he was in the pits at some point in this race so far. So that's also another interesting point you consider there, as the field really bunches up through turns 8 and 9. So big issue there for the 13 truck of Chilampon. And you have to limp that one around back to the pits, while the rest of the field coming back to turns 10, 11, and soon enough it'll be 12. And we'll be looking to get a race restart in our hands. In fact, there you go. He's been backing it up forever, so the safety car to get into the pit lane. And as it comes to turn 12, it'll be the 93 of Nuch leading the field around the final corner to get our green flags back out and racing underway once more. It will be an abbreviated 7-lap sprint if we can keep it going to the end of this one here, as he leads the field to turn 1. Closely followed, though, by the number 15 truck there of Tanapon, which is one of the trucks scored a lap short of clearly what it should be, but he's clearly there, second on the road. There's several trucks in the background. Scott still running wide at turn 1 and using up all of the track and then some.
Yeah, so the big key is Anawat will be the 95 truck, I believe, will be the next one through. Can he start to go with these guys? And really, does he need to? Because he sits in the lead of the B-class drivers, and that's who you can see on the road. Stewart tries the driver in behind him, and the number 89 entry will be starting to try and track him back down. And, well, he's done reasonable, has the 15 entry. And now timing will pick him up, slotting back into P2 for Thanafon. And sits second on the road. Starting to make some time, so maybe not the quickest in terms of straight line, but he's quite good through the middle of the track right here, across the powder, right on the middle of the racing line through 6 and 7. And that's just a problem they're going to have to deal with. It's the same for everyone. Just learn it as quickly as you possibly can and see the trucks in the background start to lose a little bit of shape as well.
This is here, though, for mid-lap pressure here from Tanapon all over the back of Nutnuch. And he tries to cross him up through turns 9, but then you're going to be on the high side through turn 10, unless he can then cross back again to the outside of turn 11 over some of the powder there as well, but it puts Nutnuch on the defensive for the final turn. Anawat is right there as we have the shot here, side by side under brakes to the final turn. Can Tanapon cross him over? No, still got overlap there. We'll have to go a long way around. In fact, runs off the road. He wouldn't have had any space left on the road, as just in behind the Anawat there. All kinds of slippery there as he tried to get the power down through the final turn. We approach the halfway mark of this race. In fact, I should say halfway there, halfway to go indeed. So we now get one full lap of green flag racing in the books here for Thailand's pickup division number 1, as it's a drag race at turn 3. Crisscross back and forward, whichever way you go. Nutnuch trying to hang on from Tanafon, but gonna have to outbrake him here. Oh, Tanafon has to dive out of the way there. Scott didn't quite have the confidence to stick right on the door of the 93.
I think that was just trying to open the corner up, and now he's been really elbowed out and off the edge of the road. So, well, Nutnuch, that's what it means to him. He wants to win this one, and there's 6 more laps left to run, become 5.5 in just a few moments as the run down to turn number 4. And I tell you what, Anawat, don't cut him out. Here comes down the inside. Danafon said, all right, you've elbowed me off the track at the end of turn 3. I'm not going to give you the opportunities. Narrow down on the entry to turn number 5 as well. Covers the inside line. Got the race lead. Clearly thinks that he's got a little bit of a pace under the hood as it currently stands. And Anawat just sits there. You know, Dan, I'm looking at it and I'm just thinking Anawat might actually have some speed here and be able to also make the overtake and potentially put himself into second spot and move off down the road. Surachai just trying to hang on in the background and just maintain some speed, and we drop back towards the tail end of the top 10 as well. As you can see, Sanders Stuvik and Suat going toe-to-toe. Sorry, that's Tanawat in the 22 entry in behind him.
Yeah, so we watch them up here. So the Suat's actually gotten through on this lap, so that puts Stuvik back to 10th place. Although cross up through turn 9, and the door's going to be wide open for Sandy there in the number 3. Gets past him with a little, almost a bit of a dummy move there, faked him out, and then he's clear because the fighting is on in behind him here as the 22 of Tanawat trying to clear Suwat to go with his Class A competitor, because of course competing for both overall points and then separately Class A points, and with pardon me, Sandy Stuvik there sitting in which position would that be? Apologies, timing is just having a timing at start finish line is really throwing everything for a loop there, it seems. And then it's correcting it down at sector 1, just to make things a little bit interesting to get my head around here. So we're now looking at one of the other battles on track, the 24 machine. Trying to get past the, is that, pardon me, trying to look for it on the timing, trying to look for it on the truck. I actually can't read it as, oh, well, did somebody say misfortune for Jack Lemvard? Looks like we're going to chalk another one up to him now.
Unfortunately for Lemvard, yep, dropping like a stone as it currently stands, but eyes back on the battle. And Superchai, I think it is in the 7 machine that's just in the background, so it might have been Chinawat that's actually going toe-to-toe here in with these guys, and a bunch of cars coming into the pit lane. I think that's Lemvard now in the background of that one, the 16 machine, as well as Akilak also making his way to the pit lane. So we've lost 2 more on that lap alone, and Superchai all out of shape as they come down and through the change of direction at 6 and 7, and now they're all going to be with some attitude in the rear end of the car in the 39. So we've lost 3 cars as Firawat peels into the pit lane on that lap, and that might be a retirement for him. And now look at how far outside the track limits for Superchai. And I'm thinking back to last year, there was a huge fight on, there is a huge fight. It's the 89 entry. Oh, Surachai, who's dropped like a stone on the most recent lap all the way back to this little battle pack. So this is actually for 4th on the track at this point in time. Crosses back over, back down the inside, and Superchai says, well, if the door's open, I'm going to come on through. A little bit of a locking of the brakes at the rear end of the truck. He'll try and pick it up. The 89 does manage to pick up the spot, now out of the last corner. And the elbows are out, I think, today here, Dan, because in terms of track limits, it's basically, if I'm at the edge of the track, you're going further.
Yeah, that's definitely a common denominator in all the categories. Yeah, this is indeed the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th outright. And therefore, it's also the battle for, well, the second place in, well, sorry, Surachai's the only driver from Class B. Second place in that class. He's then got these 3 drivers here all scrapping over. Class A positions is way wide there. Can't quite catch which truck that was. It's the 23 of Chinawat, sorry. So there you go. And in fact, the 24, where's the 24 truck gone on timing? It's dropped, and that's what's dropped a whole lap on these guys, apparently. But side by side with Superchai, 4 position as they come up to the sweeper of turn 4, and the inside will be definitely the best place to be. And I think as a result, it's going to allow Chinawat to the inside. Yep, and job done into turn 5 by the 23 on the 24. as they then make their way into this second sector of the lap. Sorry, third.
Yeah, now they'll try and...
Oh no, Superchai!
That's not the first time we've seen that from Superchai. It's the front left-hand corner, and I don't think that's a tyre rubbing. I think that's going to be some sort of mechanic. It might be tyre rub.
Brake.
Brake?
There's a brake,
It's a brake.
maybe.
That's definitely going to be a brake, because it's coming from the center of the rim. It's not coming from the tyre itself. It's not coming from a rub. That is brake for sure.
Oh, man. The trucks are dropping like flies, it seems. And, well, all that's been happening apparently with throwing a car off at the final turn as well. So, yellow flags in the final turn eliminates that overtaking potential. But the final lap of the race apparently has begun. I get the feeling we might have... Yeah, I think we might have trimmed this race to stay on time certainty after all the safety car period, or the extended safety car period. So that's what's happened here, I think. Yeah, indeed, we are actually time certain now in this super pickup race. So 9 laps, complete lap 10 out of what was meant to be 12. It'll be 10 of 10 now instead, as this fight in behind. So Superchar's going to carry on.
It's cleaned up.
Yeah, good point.
The smoke's gone away. And the other thing I was about to say is there'll be one driver who'll be happy there'll be one more lap. I reckon if you threw another 3 or 4 laps, Superchai wouldn't be making the end, but he's going to continue out on here. What's the braking performance like when they get down? It's not bad, to be honest. He's doing okay. So whether or not there was something that got on the inside of the rim that was rubbing away, and now that's cleared itself out, it looks okay. In terms of straight line power, he hasn't lost anything. Braking performance on the run into turn number 3 was okay. Now, though, going to pull up alongside Chinawat and see if he can have a crack around the outside the long way round. Takes a lot of bravery, takes a lot of trust, and they're going to lean on each other just a little bit on the run down to turn number 5 as well. Down the inside, Superchai is going to be again the long way round, and he's already learnt that Superchai is not afraid to put the door in. That back to the left-hand side at turn 6, but if he can stay there, he'll get the inside at 7. But remember, the dirty side of the road with a little bit of fluid down was the outside at 6, all the way outside of track limits.
And there it is again.
Maybe it's suspension rubbing, because it's just when the car gets completely unloaded and reloaded again.
Yeah, heavy loading, of course, through the left-hand side of the truck there, through turn 7. Long's corner where you're trying to keep putting the power in, but at the front of the field, Tanapon apparently unchallenged, it seems, in this first race of the weekend. And indeed, he's a very happy man. Sticks the number 1 finger up as he takes the checkered flag and will win the opening race of the weekend. It looks like it will be Tanapon from Anawat there at the front of the field as the fight's still on here. Superchai on back. He will cover off the 24 truck, which, pardon me, where is the 24 truck gone on my timing and scoring? Nantua a lap down, apparently, relative to this, but that's not the case. But feisty little scrap there from those drivers. But your race leader, we barely saw him because once he got going, not really contested, it seems, in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, once he found a little bit of room, once he found a little bit of space, Xenophon disappeared out the other side. And very, very happy result for him. Nutnutch was there as well and ran a reasonably tidy old race. But yeah, looks like it's going to be race winner number 15 of Xenophon. And just getting an update on timing scoring. Nutnutch, it looks like, was able to come home second, with Anawat, the first of the B-class drivers, home in third. In terms of your A-class podium, it's going to be Xenophon from Nutnutch from Superchai, who comes home to finish third in terms of A-class standings. As for your B-class drivers, the 95 machine of Anawat finished on the podium overall. Superchai finishes second for the 89 machine, and third I'm seeing is Ekasit, but we've got to keep half an eye on, because remember, the 24 truck of Nanthawat unfortunately dropped laps with issues with timing and scoring. 10 laps was going to end up being the distance for this one. 2 laps chopped off of the end just due to the time certainty. And fastest lap of the race would actually go the way of Anawat, I believe, with a 54.809. So actually would be deeper in the field.
Zero, Sandy Stuvik, I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And if it's to be believed, a 52.4 for Chilampon, but that's the truck that lost its front right tyre. So maybe although apparently did get 7 laps done, so maybe got back out there and finished the race after that issue there. But being told, look at the purple first sector. Actually, I just realized, yes, it's a bit off. It's about 10 seconds off. So I think maybe the 54 of Anahuac might be a bit more believable in terms of a best lap there. Scott, 55.164 from Tanapon in the race-winning truck, though, was more than enough, it seems, to get the job done out front.
Yeah. Very quick, very clean, very consistent from the number 15. Gets himself a race win as they all file back in. 95, a couple flashes of lights from Anahuac to celebrate a successful podium for himself and a class win as well. Never too upset when third on the road, first in class. Always good to see. How about the racing action yet again, Dan? It's just all kicked off down at the hairpin on that opening lap, and we'll lose 2 laps as a result, but the racing action kicked back into high gear as soon as that safety car fed off.
Yeah, it sure did. Obviously, a shame to lose out on some of the racing potential at the safety we had scheduled to only get 10 laps in, but still a full half hour of racing at the end of it all. Once that checkered flag flew. So the drivers certainly put on the show. But you can see there in the... Is that Chino? It's just the way the lights reflecting off the black paneling that I think it looked a little dinted and dented for Anahuac in that truck, but maybe not so much indeed. Well, that will do the racing action, and now just up to Goody to have a chat with the drivers here from Thailand Super Pickup Division 1, at least the outright podium of such. And then we are straight back into racing action after all of this. Thailand Super Compact is set to exit the pits shortly, although we've just been notified via timing and scoring they have had to delay the opening of the pit exit for that category there. Hopefully we'll still be able to get started roughly on schedule, which is meant that race meant to start in about just over 15 minutes time, but given if they're going to delay the pit exit opening to allow all the trucks to be retrieved and back through the pits, probably going to have to wait before the Super Compact cars can get out, and they have to run their standard procedure for the start as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a good race, at least from everyone from this category, at least. I mean, it was exciting. It was on board, but yeah, difficult to evaluate as well. I think what's going to go on here, because I do think that they're going to have to spend some time, invest some time in getting some more cleaning up at the track, or at least having a look and potentially getting the cars off. Potentially could be, we've had a lot of issues with the timing and scoring here today. Potentially, could be an option that they've identified what the issue is down at the circuit level as well, and we're going to try and get that one fixed up. It's unusual. It's the first time we've had issues for that many cars across that many races, so I do wonder whether or not it might actually be something a little bit further than what we've seen historically. But either way, we'll get our highlights underway, and Cody's going to wander across and chat to Thanafon, our race winner here as well. You can see chilling out, the sunglasses on, enjoying himself.
That he is indeed. So there is a set of shades down here in one of these interviews. So and you'll see there with their little profile picture when they had Tanapon's name flash up. He had the sunglasses on there as well. So there are a couple of our viewers over in the Thailand Super Series YouTube chat, so talking about how the fact that Goody didn't have any sunglasses on, it seems, in most of the time. They've apparently been waiting to see a bit of a sunglasses action there from Goody. But with that all said and done, he'll be heading out. Well, that'll be the end of it. As I'm also seeing here, as the highlights will come up on the screen, we'll talk about actually what the timing screen says next, but here's the highlights from what we've just seen from Thailand Super Pickup Division 1, our Class A and B truck races.
Yeah, it was the grid, and this one's always a popular one. You get so much activity down and onto the front straight. Everyone wants to get out there and get amongst the super pickup drivers. But then from there, one of the wildest opening laps that we've seen in a while. I reckon the middle of the pack was the difficult spot to judge. Do you go left? Do you duck? Do you dip? Do you dive? Do you dodge? And a few drivers, unfortunately, made the wrong calls in terms of the race start. It was all reasonably sedentary until we get down to turn number 1, and at which point all of the track width and then a lot more gets used up. Run down to turn number 3, and then keep your eyes a lot further back in the pack. That's the incident that happened and took 4 cars out of the running, including that damage to the number 13 car later on in the piece with the tyre falling off. From here on out, it was pretty steady, but it was a little bit of the overtaking that had to be done from Xenophon to get himself to the point. Once he did, set sail for everyone else. Come and catch me if you can, and they could not. For these guys, this is what it looked like from Xenophon. Had to set up the overtake, a lot of sliding on the exit of turn 1, forces the cover, switches back, and it would continue to be the switchback for the race lead was the move that you had to be on if you weren't applying pressure when you were going backwards, and you can't afford to go backwards when you've got that amount of speed. Finally, we'll get the job done, get off into the sunset. You can just see them all. They're all having issues. That was the 24 car having a little bit of a drama at mid-corner. A little bit of a bump up from the 89 machine. And then we'd see a ton of smoke from the front left corner of that number 7 car. As well, some sort of brake, suspension, tyre drama on the inside of the guard would be not resolving itself before race's end, but luckily there was only one more lap left to run. They squabbled all the way back to the start-finish line. In the meantime, no one would touch the number 15 of Xenophon. He'd run away and pick up a race win. And a happy, celebrated one at that. You can just see the driver's delight at the result. And well done. We're going to step away to celebrate the end of the Super Pickup Class A and B drivers. We'll be back in just a few moments as we are getting set to start the Super Compacts for 60 minutes. And, well, it says rain is on the way. Could that be a drama that finds its way into the middle and triggers a whole range of pit stops? Of course, driver swaps to come your way in terms of Super Compact as well. Is it going to affect us for the first time at Brewery Rum since we've been on the coverage? That's what the weather looks like. You'll have to stay around and find out if it will be coming across our screens. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents, once again. We've kicked off through both of the super pickup categories now, and in just a few moments, we'll be kicking on with the super compact category, which has been interesting to say the least. The one of two categories we got to see you run qualifying here this morning out of Thailand, and now it'll be their opportunity to head back out for the race. So, in terms of qualifying, it was an interesting old session this morning. There was a few drivers in early to hand on over to co-drivers for the second half of the session. I don't think they wanted to put too much damage on the tyres. I'm going to be honest there, Dan. You know, you got to look after tyres. You got to use them at the right time. And realistically, yeah, you can get something out of them in qualifying, but making sure you got enough life left for the race, I think that was the big key from qualifying this morning.
Yeah, that would be certainly what to get out of it. These guys, of course, will be on the Hankook Ventus F200 full slick tyre, and that'll mean they should have they'll have a peak of grip available to them. But yeah, they'll need to be very mindful of not burning that up too soon. So as you can see, the drivers are cars are out in front of the garages. What is currently happening at the moment is there's been an additional qualifying session. It would appear there might have been a small mistake with sorting out with TCR Asia because of the way the qualifying system works. Top 8 from Q1 advanced to Q2 to do a sort of shootout style session. May have had a car out there that wasn't meant to be in Q2, and so they've actually had to send out the correct car in Q2. I'll just send them out now. And so they've just finished up their run. And as a result, pits will be opening up in a couple minutes' time for Thailand Super Compact, which means we will be at this stage looking at around 20 minutes behind schedule compared to what we were expecting at this point. So a little bit different to what we were thinking. It also probably means that you and I, Scott, will be here a little longer than we originally planned, unless they can find ways to trim back some of the timings in between the races. We'll have to wait and see. As there is Umar Abdullah. Session is now complete for him. He's just done a 1:45.605. Okay, so that's a not too bad qualifying time from him there. We'll get the official qualifying results from TCR Asia shortly, I do believe. And that will determine your final starting order for race 1 and race 2 of their weekend, races 5 and 6 of their championship for this year as well. But our eyes turn back to our cars here for Thailand Super Compact, as you said earlier there, Scott.
Yeah, they will. And it's been an interesting, like I said, qualifying this morning was actually quite interesting to watch because all of a sudden they just get quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker as the session sort of ground down to its conclusion. And don't forget the red flag in the middle of TCR Asia session sort of really spiced things up as well and changed the way all of that went down. So yeah, look, I mean, 60 minutes, we saw some really, really close races from the Super Compact across both of their races way earlier in terms of the season. Compensation times and the pit stops, always relevant, something that we're constantly talking about as well. But I think that the big thing and the big takeaway is, did you see the amount of heat haze that was coming off that track? It's not easy over there at the moment. The storm or a little bit of rain in the air. Could you imagine if that comes down in the middle of the race and they have to make a decision? It's not looking like it's going to be a long... Is that an air conditioning unit they've got aside? That car? That looks like an air conditioning unit. You got to keep yourself cool. I think the big reason that air conditioning unit's out is the humidity. As that sort of summer rainstorm, or now into autumn rainstorm is going to come in. The problem that they've got, that humidity spikes just before that rain comes down. So it's going to be a little bit more fatiguing out there right now. And then the air temperature will come down. Then the rain will come down. Everything will start to all really cool off. So this is probably one of the most tricky sessions these guys are going to have for the season. No holds barred, because things are going to change moment by moment. Yeah,
indeed. The fact also, I've been saying it, I've made joke a couple of times that, it's like, rain, haven't seen it here at Chung yet. maybe it just won't come, but at least to the track. But yeah, having had a look at a couple of radar shots and estimates, expecting it to be on its way. So that'll be something we have to be mindful of in all of this, once it's said and done. And because of this extra delay as well with the additional qualifying run for Umar Abdullah in TCR Asia, this definitely now puts it in the window. I mean, the other main thing was if it did happen, Naomi to say, I'm thinking about this here, is if, how to put this, if we'd started on time, based on the ETA we had for if there is any, if the rain does continue towards the circuit and it does actually fall on the track, it would have come after the pit window. Now that would have been extra spicy. I think there's a possibility if we do get the rain, it might just fall in that pit window. In that case, it'll dictate how everyone's going to take to the pits, as we're moments away from the pit exit opening up. Drivers are now starting to head out to the exit line. We'll be getting the proceedings, the sighting lap sorted out shortly here, as the pit open board coming over in just a moment's time, and that'll be up for the drivers within the next 60 seconds or so, according to my clock here.
Is it just me, Dan, or does that look a lot darker than it did about 20 minutes ago?
It does look a little bit more grey. You're not wrong there.
I think the big thing that I hope some of these teams have learned about that session just before. Think back to the C-Class drivers. Think about how many of them had to start from the pit lane as well. So, yeah, look. It's she's not an easy one. You've got to make sure that you're at least on time with everything that's going on. So, look, they'll be reading it. Get out there, get your sighting lap in. Formation laps are one of those things whereby it's just like, just get out there. Don't miss your pit lane exit. Just go early, because you can always, cycle yourself through, form up on your grid, and then, get in the right spot in terms of grid order. But you miss it. You're late. You miss starting from the grid, and well, if you had a good qualifying performance, you can't afford that. By the way, I've been in a suit of some description with very, very little visibility. There's a very good reason those mascots have sort of not a bodyguard, but more of a guide. You can't see a thing. So yeah, you need a hand. That would be a horrible place to be in Thai weather, to be honest. I don't think I could do that.
Yes, well, fingers crossed that's not needed too close to theirs. Drivers, teams, crew members, fans, and other personnel head out to the grid now. As here's a look at the weather radar once again. Now, I'm just going to go and find, and there it goes, Buriram is the nearest major. So that's how far away we are from Bangkok. You can see at the moment, looking okay. You haven't let the radar play, but I guess look out for that relatively large cloud formation that has been developing there just to the southeast of the circuit. And I guess what you're going to see is if we let this play through, it'll start perhaps turning towards the track. Oh, yep, there's that wind shift. Okay, so that's what we could be dealing with if that is blown further towards the circuit, as we are sort of pushing it. So that's a possibility. As also being told, look to the bottom of the tyre rack, and there was some treads on the bottom rung.
Yeah, so just having a look as well, Buriram the circuit is just to the north of Buriram, in and around the 219 road, which I'm just looking at. It's sort of in between that and the 218 road, so right over. It's about to the southwest. It's not too far to the southwest, so pretty much just underneath where the Buriram was on that map. So with the good news, if you're a rain lover and you're doing the rain dance dramatically in the background, is that there is a higher chance of that rain hitting the angle that it's coming through at, potentially hitting the track, than there is of it hitting Buriram. So if you have a look, that green dot just to the southwest of Buriram, that's actually the circuit. That little green area, in terms of things, is the actual track itself, because we've got a motocross track in here. We've got a fair bit of stuff. There's the Buriram International Soccer Stadium as well. So that green marker on the map, if you've got the graphics turned up and you can see that one out in YouTube land, that is the circuit. So that's what we're looking for and keeping an eye on. Now, the problem being, we've mentioned the rain 4 or 5 times now, and it's not coming.
Yeah, you done it now. Yeah, especially after last year where we got very interested by the prospect of rain at Bang Sen, which we once again didn't really get this year either. The rain came overnight and it made for greasy morning conditions, which then dried up relatively promptly during the day. So basically now just got to get through all of the gridding and procedures to sort out here. And yeah, I mean, the other thing is the way that was progressing, Scott, I guess, was that it did look a little slow, and it was going to take a good half hour or more for it to even be remotely close to the circuit. So that could be the thing that saves this race from being affected by rain. Maybe.
Yeah, so local time over in Bang Sen at the moment is just going to have a look at my crossovers. So yeah, we're 2:35 local time. So I'm just having a look at the trajectories of it because I've got a stream that's going and telling me basically everything that's happened in the last 45 minutes, an hour or so. Is that the rain cloud where it is right now is coming across Prakan Chai, and it is navigating in that general area. It's probably about an hour and a half away at the earliest. So I reckon at this rate, based upon the updates that we're getting, it's going to skip this session, but there's a good chance that we've got Super Compact here, and then 4 o'clock sort of is right in the middle of the TCR Asia session. That's when it's potentially going to be hitting the circuit. So Super Compacts, maybe not, but later on after that, yeah, maybe.
All right, TCR Asia, keep your eyes open and heads on a swivel then.
I think the big thing is the teams have certainly had a look around, had a look at the weather, take note, and be prepared. The biggest thing that you can do in this sort of situation, and I say this all the time, this is one of my constant quotes. I'm sure Dan's heard me say this just in passing a number of times. If you need it, and if you have it and you don't need it, all's good. If you need it and you don't have it, well, you're in a little bit of a pickle, really. And yeah, I'd rather have a wet tire ready to go and not need it than need a wet tire and not find one inside.
Yes, good old be prepared motto of various names, shapes, and forms.
I nearly got a takedown request from Disney when you said that, because I was about to start singing "Be Prepared" from The Lion King.
That's a you problem then in that case, Scott, not me. If that's literally saying the words "be prepared" immediately puts you in. No.
I was going to start singing. I was going to break out and dance and song. So,
Talent Super Series, the musical, coming to you never, because Scott Rankin knows it's probably not the time and place.
I actually really went out to a karaoke bar last night. I got invited by new friends. So.
Well, hey, what you do on what's that? That's a Friday night. That's entirely up to you to enjoy yourself at a karaoke bar. Just not sure that'd be my cup of tea, funnily enough, anyways, enough of that. What I have up on my screen also is the drivers' standings from the Super Compact Championship. I feel like that's probably worth having a quick chat about whilst we're watching Goody chat to the drivers down on the grid. Because I'm having the points breakdown. It's a very curious case of, for the 14 of Tanaroj, who actually doesn't. Interesting. Having a look at this here. Yeah, with the way they've actually changed drivers around a little bit in that car, it seems. But nonetheless, he's leading the championship on 58 points. But also note the pattern of points. He won the first race of the year here at Chung, so 25 points for that. Do note that these longer races have a different point scheme to the point schemes we talked about earlier for the shorter races. But then only 8 points in the second race of the season. But then race win for the first race at Bang Sen, so another 25 there. But then no points in the second race at Bang Sen. So it's a very sort of interesting up and down flow for Tanaroj. Potentially the biggest challenge will be the 33 car of Puapon and Pao Fong, because they've been getting well, their first 2 races here at Chung for the year weren't great, but then they got themselves a 3rd and a 1st at Bang Sen. It does make it look like they're on a bit of an up-and-up momentum progress. So keep an eye out for the 33. You've also got Budamont and Chanya Boot here currently on 42 points, tied for 4th, because the driver's standings, everyone's counted individually. So the true drivers of the 95, they're tied for 4th. Also with Nora Apivar in the 25. So that actually shows you there, because they got a pair of seconds. Did the 95 at Bang Sen. Not so great here at Chung last time out. So could be one to watch out for there as well. And then you've also got Mitchell and Mohammed Akib in the Wing Hing Motorsports number 38. They're sitting in what is effectively equals 7th, although they are the what's that? 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th placed car. It's a bit of a mix with the way you can do points in these multi-driver categories here. Meanwhile, down the grid we go. Scott already looking there at Kajon Sack starting this race in 7th. And speaking of Mitchell and Mohammed Akib, there's the Wing Hing Motorsports number 38 going to start this race out at 8th place.
I think the big thing was that this car was actually quite competitive. Even though the results may not necessarily say it. I mean, they did get the 2nd place in race number 1. Race number 2 didn't necessarily finish all that well for them, and a little bit deeper in the field in 4th. But they were quick. They had the potential, and then they had that drama bucket Bang Sen. So look, I mean, I think they're going to be a threat here again, as they always are. And one of the big things is when you don't finish well in the race prior, your pit stops are incredibly short. So compared to the other cars around them, if you have a look at Fuapon and Falfong in the 33 entry, well, they won the last race, so they're going to have a lot more added time. Thanaroj won the first race here to start off the season. He's going to have a very, very short pit stop this time out, didn't score points in the last race. So those pit stops, it swings and roundabouts. It's one race you're doing very, very well. The next race you're doing very, very poorly just because you've got to take that penalty through the pit lane. So, look, I mean, there are multiple different ways, and we talked about it already in terms of balancing the categories and the classes with the super pickup. You get weight added to the car. Well, those things are really, really big and heavy. So you've actually got to add a fair amount of weight to actually impact those cars. 30, 20, 10 kilos is the way that they go about that. With the pit stops here in the hour or longer categories, which is most of your supercar classes will be in action at Sepang. They do it through the pit stop times. Balance of performance, they do it that way. And then for all of your lap distance, or apparently also time certain races, as we found out from the last super pickup race, it's weight oriented, which is Super Ecos. They've all got ballast added to those cars based upon drivetrain, based upon whether the car's got a turbo in it, it's sort of, there's a lot of different screws that they've got to really balance those cars. And then you have a look at the supercar categories. They do it with restrictors. The Porsche, all of the cup cars from around the world, they've got the opportunity to restrict the fuel mixes on them, the engine flows. They can put a restrictor plate in the engine themselves as well. So that there's a lot of different bells and whistles, and the team here within Thailand Super Series leverage every option they've got across all of the different categories to come up with an interesting solution, for balance of performance. Does it work? I think the racing on track, generally quite close.
Well, I mean, having a look at this here, we've got a provisional handicap document. It says provisional handicap, but I think I know Stockton's version 3. With the super compact category, it's one of the more interesting ones because we've got cars of a wide mix of naturally aspirated and turbocharged cars, as well as various different. I think our weight range here is anywhere from 920 kilos. I'm seeing the lightest car is the number 29, Honda Jazz, the Aniki bin Hafifi, or Alif Shakwi on the timing screens is what I'm seeing here. That's the lightest car we've got. Through to heaviest car, which also includes a little bit of ballast, it seems. Is going to be one of the Honda Cities, the Citavi and Tanawit number 15, Honda City. The car weighs in at 1,075 kilos, but apparently there's 13.5 kilos of ballast for the drivers being added. So I'm curious, does that mean I wonder what the minimum weight is for drivers then? Hang on.
Well, they also balance it.
Be
they weigh the driver
75.
as well. Yeah.
Average driver weight has to be at least 75 kilos. So there you go.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a really interesting metric to make sure that they've got it all. As our lovely grid walk girls get involved and smile and have some fun down from the circuit. One more minute before we'll be rolling off of the grid. That means everyone's going to be clearing the grid and getting away from those cars. Doors will be shut. Drivers will be strapping themselves in. It is going to be 60 minutes plus 1 lap. Engines have now been started, and we'll be rolling away for our formation lap in just a few seconds from the Chang International Circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't tuned in before now for the day, we welcome you along to the Thailand Super Series. Super compact category will be 60 minutes worth of racing action plus 1 lap. There will be compulsory pit stops for this category. The timed times for the pit stops are basically pit lane entry to pit lane exit. They must spend a minimum time in the pit lane. That is basically one of the balance of performance metrics for the series. Driver swaps cars are shared by some teams and drivers. In other cases, in fact, one of the drivers on the front row is a solo entry. Will be driving all 60 minutes plus 1 lap on his own. They'll form up and they'll lead down to turn number 1. Dan, why don't you take us away through the grid formation today?
Yeah, I think I can do that for you here, Scott. So, our 19 cars that are set to start this race will be as follows. For Tanner Roj, he'll be starting the number 14 YK Motorsports Honda CRZ on pole position. It'll be Chaya Mungnam to his outside in that bright yellow liquid moly on the hood Honda CRZ from M&M shop by Nexter to make that front row. It'll be Nad Dole for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand in the number 23 Toyota Altis, sharing the second row with Budamont in the second of the YK Motorsports Honda CRZ. That's the number 95 car. That'll be starting that second row there. Just quickly have a look here at the circuit once more. Get yourself familiar with the Chang International Circuit. Plenty of straights, 12 turns, and 4.5 kilometers of racetrack to work with here. And these drivers at the Thailand Super Compact all rocking the Hankook Ventus F200 full slick tyre. You can also see it's a fairly small tyre as well, 15-inch design with also a 190 millimeter wide compound. So not a huge amount of rubber there to put down, but nevertheless it does a very solid job for these cars as always. But as I've just talked about the front 2 rows, there they are on screen for you now with the starting grid. And, yeah, so Tanner Roj and Chaya start the front row. Nardole Budamont will start on the second row for those cars. The third row will be made up of Nora Apavat solo in the number 25 for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, with Puapon sharing the 33 for Alpha Factory Racing Team by Polestar. Kajon Saknar Nason Klar, another solo entry in the number 4 Ford Fiesta, with Mitchell sharing the 38 there out of 8th place. Chenan Chicha solo in the number 65 Honda CRZ. Will be sharing the 5th row with Kitifan, solo there as well for the number 16. Danaborn sharing the number 24 car with Jirapat, has Yotza Run sharing the number 88 with Hitaharu alongside him for row 6. Puttapat solo in the 34 alongside Sitavi apparently on graphics this time, but I'm seeing Tanawit as number 15. We'll be starting the 15. I'll see that in time. Purapet, 15th place alongside Narakrit, and then you've got Alif Shakwi and Choltanin, and then our final car is Achita Fon, who did not see out in qualifying. So hopefully, I have seen them out here on track. So looks like Scott, 19 starters. That's where they'll be. And also looks like we're going to have a couple of onboards, which would be good to see here during this race. Although hopefully that feed there we'll be able to make a little bit better use of during the race. So 60 minutes. We're expecting it to be dry, based on the way the weather was playing around. Compulsory pit stop coming up, and driver swaps, and a whole lot of fun to be had.
A whole lot of fun indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in for the next hour plus 1 lap, because we are about to go green flag racing. It's time to settle down in and get yourself comfortable, because there's potential rain in the air. It's coming down from the north. It's coming down from the east as well. Could it be coming across our favorite little Thai circuit as well. You'll have to find out by tuning in. You can see the clouds starting to build up in the background. Out over in that direction, out of the final corner, the run to the start-finish line. They wait for the lights to go off. 1 hour worth of racing action for you, Thailand. Super compact, and we are green flag, and it looks like Chayard is not going to get away. They're going to be 4-5 wide. They're really going to try and have a go at it. 3 wide now, and they were looking to make it 4 or 5. It is going to be 4 wide, very, very deep in the middle of the pack. Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand car skips through, gets all the way through to second, and nobody cares about track limits on turn 1, lap 1, and have a look at the Mitchell-driven car as well. Has already managed to make himself up a couple of spots, but it's going to be our pole position driver who leads us on the run down to turn number 3. Thanaraj will lead the way. Here comes, though, Nardol's going to try and go the long way round on his outside. Locks a little bit of a rear brake on the way in there. Just about gets tagged as well. I think that was, I don't know, it might have been Chenya Boot who's managed to skip his way down into 3rd spot at this point in time. And try and pick off a couple of spots, but they managed to make it nice and cleanly through all the way down here on the run down to turn number 4. And once again, Kazoo Racing Team Thailand's Nardal is going to have a crack at Thanaraj, who gets all out of shape down at turn 4.
Full commitment from your pole sitter to hang on to the race lead through turn 4. Runs it in very deep through turn 5, though. We have to be careful not to pick up too many more track limits warnings because they are burning them up here, it seems, at the start of this race. As further on in the pack, side by side there, Kajon Sak in the number 4. I think he's got possibly Shannon Chicha there to his outside. One of the Honda Cities, apparently, I'm looking for. Although he will lose out by the time we get to turn 9 as they swing up now single file through this part of the circuit. No, loose there in the background behind him. And I'm just trying to get a read on exactly who that might be. It's one of our Honda CRZs. But we'll have to catch up with that later. To the front of the field, we look to see Thanaraj still leading. Chayar, though, has lost his front row spot as Nardal has pushed ahead into 2nd place. And then you've got in behind there, it would be Puapon and Mitchell as get this first flying lap underway. 58 minutes, or less than that now, on the clock as pit window will open up as usual with once we hit 35 minutes remaining in the race. And we'll close at 25 remaining in the race. It's going to be on for 2nd down here at turn 3, I think.
Yeah, they're charging down, and here comes that number 92 machine. Once again, Chayar's going to try and have a go. Get back to 2nd spot. Another pinch brake, though, from the 23 machine. Nardal's going to have to be careful with those. That's the 2nd time now. A huge bunch of smoke comes out from underneath the 23 machine. Chayar not quite able to get the horsepower down. Looking for a little bit of an overlap on the left-hand side. Covered off by Nardal. Going to try and maintain the margin to Thanaraj just up ahead of him. They're all managing to stay relatively close together. Another pinch brake, so he's in trouble now because he just keeps seeming to pinch those brakes is the issue for Nardal. And he's going to have a lot of problems if he pinches them probably once or twice more. It's just, that flat stop's just going to get wider and wider and wider. And Mitchell now starting to be a little bit of a cork in the bottle as well for 5th spot. Budimont really trying to get on with his race as if he can't get this move done as well.
Well, yeah, they've dropped a couple of spots, I think, in all of this one here. As they're around turn 9 once again. Make the run back towards the start-finish complex. And try and stay in touch with the top 4, though, here. You make it an 8-car opening, or sorry, 7-car opening battle pack. Bit of a defensive move there from Mitchell to try and cover off because Budimont wants his way by, and there will not be any space left on the outside as they come across the line. Indeed, I should say it is your top 7 there. Try to keep it your top 7 because if these 3 here fight over 5th, that'll allow the top 4 to break away. No change at turn 1, but certainly all of the track and then some still being used on the exit of that opening corner.
I was just going to say, I think race control is not going to be necessarily too happy as now the battle for 2nd spot's kicking off as Chayar's going to try and get down the inside of Nardal on the run down to turn number 3 as well. They're going to want to start managing that well. Nardal's done a phenomenal job on the brakes to hang on to this one. But Runs a little bit deep, presents himself an opportunity for Chaya off the exit of turn 3. He's going to switch back to the inside and get covered off appropriately. Just can't get the overlap that he's looking for from Chaya, unfortunately. And I think the big key here, Dan, is manage your track limits. Leave yourself a few on the table later on in the session. Although, if you're desperate, you think you're quicker. That's what they're doing at the moment. Again, pinched brake, so it's not a holding locked brake, though, on the run down to turn number 5 for Nadal. That one was on, off, on, off, on, off, so it's not catching on the same spot repeatedly and putting a big old flat spot in the tyre. He might be okay, but he will need to keep looking after those tyres.
Yeah, we'll try and keep an eye on it. It's a couple of corners only where it's really happening. He's definitely, though, worried about defending from Chaya, which is not ideal because, well, in saying Tanner Raj will be more than happy for him to keep defending like that because they're about even in Sector 1. Sector 2, though, he's pulled nearly half a second on them. So to keep that up, he'll be more than happy to break the margin open some more. As there's a little bit of a look from Chaya into the final turn, but eyes here on the battle for 5th because it has changed since we last checked in with that. Norat actually clearing both Budamont and Mitchell on this particular, so he will jump up to 5th in the process. And then, bad run on the exit of the final turn. Mitchell's car goes nowhere in a straight line on this occasion, and that's certainly not ideal at all.
I think that might have been a missed shift, Dan, if I'm going to be honest with you. And I think Mitchell had a few problems with shifting in that car last time. I think if you think back to last time we were at Chang, Mohammed Nakib was actually okay in terms of straight line speed, but Mitchell had a few problems right throughout the race. So I think he's missed another shift, is what I think that one's come down to.
Could certainly be the case. As looking a little further back in the pack, this is a battle for 9th place on back now. This is a car that started in 19th place. Cheetah Fon doing a very nice job of carving his way through the field. And lo and behold, now that we're a couple of minutes into this race, the obligatory reminder to all drivers that track limits are a thing. Race control will be watching. And you need to be careful. We are only 3 laps in. Haven't had any official warnings to specific cars yet, but nevertheless, not surprised to see that message back out as a gentle reminder, although it does come with the imperative of you must.
I was going to say that kind of sounds like an exasperated parent just throwing their hands in the air and just going, please pay attention to track. Come on, guys. Track limits. Come on. You can do it. I know you can.
It's a possibility, yes. Very, very much so.
Car 27 is going to pick up our first track warning, limits warning of the race, which is Pirapat all the way down to 17th. So they're following through. They've basically said, come on, you've had your warnings, you've had enough fun now. We're going to start policing them. We're going to police them heavily. I think that's the difficulty as well, is, it's got to be communicated through the drivers. One of the difficulties is from a race controlling perspective is they can't tell the driver directly in the car and talk to them directly and say, hey, you were outside a track limits yet again. They can't do that. All they can do is communicate it via the timing screens. That's then on the teams to pass on to the drivers, but it's on the screen. And one of the difficulties that sort of happens as well from a management perspective is, well, the first, if you go to issue a driver a warning, and between the time that he's been off track and the warning being issued, he's been off track again, you kind of can't do anything with that one because he hasn't his warning, and this is something we've seen a few times from Depp Boy.
Yeah, that is, and literally at turn 3. That's unfortunately not an unfamiliar sight for us watching this racing. Kajonzak, Nasonkla, or Depp Boy, as you said, at PTT Lubricants Ford Fiesta. And the only one in the field, unfortunately, may have just not made it very well, hasn't made it very far, not even made it 10 minutes. And unfortunately, that may probably will be its race done for the day. Focusing still on the fight for second because Nadal is still hustling here, or still trying to stay on the back, I should say, of Hichoya behind. Note they're on the last lap around, only half a tenth slower than Tanner Roj in front, and only there's a tenth between Nardole and Chayar on the last lap. So time's starting to tighten up here at the front, but you've got to hit your marks every single position on the track here, it seems. As our next car to get a warning for track limits, actually going to be the 95 of Budamont. They're running in 6th place at the moment.
Yeah, so again, just getting on top of them nice and all. And the difficulty will be as well for these drivers. 95 is an important one to sort of talk about. The 59 is actually going to pick himself up a warning as well, and he was off track as that warning screen sort of come across the screen as well. So one of the things I was actually going to say is Chenyabut's going to climb into that 95 car. Well, it's the car that's got the warning, not the driver. So the problem that he's going to have is that he'll pop into the car and it'll basically be like, you've got no track limits warnings. He's going to try and bring himself up to speed, warm up and make sure he's comfortable with the grip level of the car, and he's got no warnings to play with.
Yep, that is indeed part of the challenge. As down to the turn 3 we look here, side by side between the 34 Sky Gallery Racing Team, Honda City of Punapat. The Yotsarun's got that job done quite nicely around the up the inside, but no, actually I take that back because the run out of turn 3 sees the Honda City pull ahead, and quite comfortably so ahead of the CRZ. As they second longest straight on the circuit here at Chung International Raceway. Although here we go, cut back to the inside, doors open, he's there. And I don't think any space was left on the actual racing surface for the 34. He'll try and stick it around the outside a little bit through the remainders of the...
just get turned in on and forced off the track yet again, and that's going to generate an opportunity for the 59 car, who's going to try and make some moves. Shotting in, recognises that there's an opportunity, and once again off the track. So using all of the available space and then a bunch more. And this battle pack is getting hectic in the meantime. Back up front, Nardole still managing to hold the advantage over Chaya, although starting to fall away in terms of the lap times. And again, Chaya just can't get close enough. And have a look at this little battle pack as well. It's now got, what, 6 cars in it as well.
Yep, count them. All the while here from 9th place, therefore all the way back to 14th in Chananchicha. So it's definitely a little feisty here. It seems they're all ducking and weaving side to side to try and find a little something there. As a follow-up, well, we've had warnings. We now have ourselves from race control the first black and white flag for exceeding track limits, and it goes to the number 59 Honda City. As you can see there, in the next Romai Rimna and Baby Ross garage backed car there, just absolutely flying in to turn 3, and as a result, gets absolutely swarmed by teammate and sister car from the same stable, the 24 machine. Tanner Thorne takes the place away as a result. So you said, yeah, warning gives you some, well, isn't ideal, but there's still technically some buffer to play with. Black and white flag, okay, you got none. You have used up all of your available margin. And as you said, that's now going to mean a driver has to be very mindful of coming in. There's a little radar picture-in-picture from our producer, Jake Kennedy. Where's our green speck that represents the... up around there, I'm being told. Okay, I can see the mouse just. Yeah, TCR Asia, you better get the umbrellas ready.
Oh, Chaya was getting his front bumper ready to play a little bit of Dodgem Cars. The request might be to TCR Asia. 45 minutes, by the way. It could hit in the last 5 or 10 minutes of this race, if we get lucky. But about 10 minutes to go, by the way, before this pit lane window will start to open up. So depending upon what they're going to do for Chaya, I mean, he's got a lot of room to just go, okay, bang on the half-hour mark if I've got fresh tyres sitting there waiting for me. But for the rest of the drivers in the top 4, they will all have to do a driver swap. So one of the flexible arrangements that Chaya will certainly have for him, if the car ahead of him pits early, he might just stay out. But if he doesn't see an opportunity for Nardole to pull aside. He might come into the lane himself and just get some fresh air on track, because I definitely get the feeling that Shire is getting held up just a little bit, and Danaraj is taking full advantage.
I mean, yeah, you can see clearly has some momentum advantage through the corners, but that Toyota Altus has definitely got enough grunt in a straight line that even though it's punching the hole in the air, to keep Shire behind without too much fuss. And as a result, you can see he's trying to find something up towards turn 8. All he can afford to do is stay on the bumper, maintain the speed by taking the normal racing line, and just try and get Nardole to make a mistake by being too defensive, perhaps. Stick close, make him be defensive. You take your normal lines, maintain as much entry, apex, and X speed as you can manage in that car there.
We'll force him to use up some tyre. Look at the line that Nardole had to run through 10-11 as well. Very, very wide as he comes through there. He's getting to the apex nicely, though, at the final corner. Chaya not necessarily getting the front end of that car to turn in at the right moment. And probably one of the biggest things that fans kind of don't get a sense of is that last corner is tighter than 90 degrees. It's a little bit more than just a straight right angled corner. Probably around in the realm of 110 degrees. It's not all the way up much higher than that, but it is a lot tighter than you think, and it's quite a narrow corner as well. There's, you do have the track limits to work with either side, but it's a lot tighter than you think, and you kind of do want to go for a little bit of a later apex, tip down, point the car off nice and smoothly, carry some speed. The 25 car, second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entries, sits 5th on the road as it currently stands, and this is the solo entry for Nora Rat, the second of the 2 solo entries inside the top 5, Chayar being the first of that one. And more warnings starting to come out from race control as well. The 34 machine will receive his first track limits warning for the pat in 10th spot, and I believe he's in the middle, or he was in the middle of that battle pack. It was being fought over quite aggressively. It looks now like Yacht Saroon and the 88 cars pulled clear at the front end of that pack.
Yes, well, we'll maybe get a chance to see them in due course. Still watching this fight for second, because the fighting is causing the gap to continue to open between Tanaroj in the lead of the race and Nardole here in second. One of the things I was going to start thinking about or talking about was our compulsory pit stops here in this category. Unfortunately, I don't have the usual document that explains it to a T in terms of all the detail. What I do have is that the minimum time in the pit lane is 90 seconds for all cars. And then I have a table of how you adjust it. Interestingly, the adjustments are basically, for most pairings, none, unless you've got what's considered an all C grade driver pairing. Both drivers are a category C driver. You'll lose 5 seconds. But yeah, the main thing being is that also is the success times added on from the previous race. So note that for the 33 machine, which is currently sitting in 4th place, that bright yellow Honda CRZ of Puapon and Pao Fong, they've got 15 seconds to add to their time in the pit stop, as Chaya finally finds the run under brakes, but gets crossed over through turn 3 because it's such a long corner, and a little bit of a hip and shoulder to the exit curb there from Nardole. And look at that, look at him staring at his left side mirror there to make sure he covers that one off and gets the power advantage. And unfortunately for Chaya, it was a good setup and a good execution on the way in. It has not been pulled off to its completion at turn 3 this time.
Oh, now he's going to pinch a brake. I don't know, that might have been Nardole that pinched a brake. He's going to get down to the inside finally. He's going to get squeezed all the way to the inside of the track. Inside at 6, becomes the outside at 7. And Shayar had an opportunity to return serve, maintains the overlap. Nardole finally will clear him and cut back through. And Shayar, he's definitely got pace. Starting to bring, unfortunately, for these two. Fuapon starting to come back towards them. Missed the apex just a little bit, just the 23 car. Normally he's been covering that off by running very, very wide at turn 10. He's going to do that yet again, but Chayar was just about there. I tell you what, if he'd have stayed on the outside, Nardole would have been in trouble there.
Oh man, let's see here. So Chayar picks the outside. No, it's a fake to the inside. But he's got something locked there on the 92 into the final turn. It cannot get the run on this particular occasion, but it's going to box up these second through fifth place cars. They were all spread out a little bit neatly. It's bringing the 95 of Budamont and Chanyabut to the party as well. This could easily be a 5-car fight for second place if they keep this all up here. As we're almost 20 minutes into this race, still got 40 minutes to go. And also take note, Scott, as I've just been reminded of, we get some shots where we see the back of the cars. Just note the condition of the rear of the number 23. It appears some degree of oil or something perhaps coming from the rear of the car. As big lunge from Puapon in the 33. And then,
something's broken. Something's broken. Left front tire's broken for Chaya. He's got a suspension failure or maybe a tire off. There's something wrong. Absolutely something wrong with that car. Where it failed, the car doesn't fail like that. That's absolutely a mechanical failure.
Yeah, that's a real kicker there to see that one. And almost, I mean, echoes of what we saw there in our previous race.
He can't hold out 4 minutes either to get this pit window open, Dan. Could you imagine if this happened 4 or 5 minutes later?
And then, it'd be a painful pit stop, but at least you're in the window to get it done. You can see now he's already lost so many seconds from having to now carefully manage the car back to the pit. So that was, in fact, he's gone completely. Can't even see him in the background of shot. So will he even be able to limp it back to the pits in full? I honestly don't actually know. But that's really unfortunate there for Chayar, having put so much pressure on Nardole for the open 20 minutes. And the left front corner, big issues there for that car to bring its race to a premature end. As your race leader now has a gap of, wait to see the timing update across the line. An 8.3 second margin back to Nardole in second place. Top 4 covered now by just under 10 seconds. As a result.
Yeah, there he is into the pit lane. So not much he could have done. He's got the car back and he got the hazard lights on nice and early just to warn everyone as well. Hey, there's something wrong here. I've got to make it back to the pit lane. I think that's going to be some sort of. It's not a suspension failure. It's probably going to be a tyre failure of some description, I think. So you might just see him climb out of the car. Jack's going to go underneath. I'll have a look. Staying in the car. Unfortunately for the M&M shot by Nexter. Car, the 92 for Chaya Mongyom. Once again, strong race, looking exceptionally good. They'll get this car up. They're going to get that tyre off. I think, they've got to get that tyre off. Have a look. The tyre's still inflated. So it's suspension related for sure.
Man, don't forget, we saw something similar looking from the number 7 pickup as all lap traffic getting in the way of guys here, second, third, and fourth, nearly tripping up on this number 29 that's currently circulating in the hands of Alif Shakui. Not ideal. We're not even halfway into the race, and you go a lap down on the top 4 through green flag running. Definitely a rough one out so far. In fact, lapping a long way off the pace. Unfortunately, but let's see here. Norat Apavant's seems reasonably quiet in this race so far. Late look to the inside of Puapon, but too late to be able to get up the inside at the final turn. Does look like a better exit, but almost slowed it up too much on the apex of the corner. And as a result, will not contest into turn 1 on this occasion as we're. Well, next time around for these guys will be inside the compulsory pit window. So if they want to come into the pits, they'll be able to do so.
Yep, minute left until that pit lane window does open. Thataraj now out to nearly a 10-second lead. And Philpon and Norat fighting each other is allowed. Nardole a little bit of breathing room. This time, I was about to say, I think he's just going to have a crack and try and get down the inside. Does manage to get a little bit of an overlap, but as the corner flips back on itself through turn 3, it's just the drive off. I mean, you've got to make a decision. Do I brake late? do a break early and try and rotate it down and in and potentially get the drive off turn 4 is so brave. And now the 34 machine has an issue on the start-finish straight. And if that pulls up right where it is, we're going to end up with a safety car for sure, because they'll have to get that car out. They will not, surely you wouldn't pull that car off without getting a safety car out there to at least give the marshals some time.
Yeah, well, pit window is about to open in 3, 2, 1 now. The question is, do you do the pit? I think you have to wait, yeah, because don't forget, if the safety car comes out, pit window is neutralized and basically gets closed and reopens once we resume racing with the time remaining out of it left. And also, if you potentially, now, 90 seconds from exit, or entry to exit, you shouldn't go a lap down here at this track, but it would be pretty close. And if you go a lap down under a safety car condition, that's risky. In saying that, your leader stays out, but Nardol's in along with Puafon.
So remind me, Dan, the pit stop times, were they about 2 minutes or were they under 2 minutes? If they're under 2 minutes, pit. But you've got to be close to the race lead. If you're 15 to 20 seconds off the race lead, you have to stay out. For those guys that are closer than that to the race lead, and a safety car happens now, they get a free pit stop.
90 seconds from entry to exit is the minimum.
You got to pit. If you're less than 30 seconds off the race lead, you pit right now in case there's a safety car. Free pit stop. 100%.
Well, interesting, yeah, the race leaders stayed out, but second came into the pits, third came into the pits, fourth stayed out, and fifth came into the pits. So in fact, YK Motorsports and Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, they both split their cars here on this one. So this will be interesting to see if which car from those outfits makes the right call effectively in this situation. Because, yeah, minimum 90 seconds, and then there's the 15 seconds for winning the last race. So that goes to the 33. So they're going to be pretty tight. 10 seconds to the car that came home second, which was the number 95. It should be okay still. And then an extra 5 seconds for the number 15, which has stayed out currently. 5 seconds for the 25, which stayed out. Let me get that right for you there. So that's going to be interesting to note there. As looks like possibly a little warm under the collar if one of our drivers, as he looks to get a bit more of a breath in there. As more cars coming into the pit. So where is the status on that Sky Gallery Racing Team car? Yeah, where is it at?
There was the only notification we had went missing in Sector 1. Sector 1 is from the the finish line all the way down to turn 3, in between turn 2 and turn 3. So it didn't make that second sector timing line. And that means I'd say it's okay, because we would have seen a safety car by now.
Yeah, that is true. I think, if they were going to do a safety car, they would have probably done it, indeed, sooner. So I think no issues to press on as we look here at number 13 machine taking their pit stop. It's Nara Crit and Manuel Rafael Caceres in the NC Motorsports KS Racing Honda Jazz. Several of our cars that were towards the front of the field. Pit stop's complete. They will file out of the pits. And I'm seeing, minimum stop time of 1:31 is the lowest number so far. And in from what was P3, Mitchell and Mohammed Akib, the Wing Here Motorsports Toyota Yaris will come into the pits. So pit stop action aplenty here in Thailand Super Compact as we approach the halfway mark of this race, and also the halfway mark in this compulsory pit window as well. For good measure, as another car out of the pits there, the 27 of Pirapet Purafarat, the Lex D Making H rookie team. Interesting name there, as that's a little more substantial of a pit stop. That looks also like a brand new tyre going on the front right corner of the number 24 Tanafor and Girapat. So maybe some issues there for second of the next to Romai Rimna Motorsport Baby Boss Garage machines there, Scott.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what they decide to do with that car in terms of where they're sitting. But yeah, Mohammed Nakib, remember, was very, very quick in that 38 entry, so I'm expecting them to find some time in the second half of this race. They weren't quick in terms of qualifying earlier on, but again, I'm going to say they're probably saving tyres for the race just to sort of throw at that machine and really have a go. We're going to have to wait probably about two laps just to finally get everything through. Thanaraj, by the way, continuing on. Has just crossed Sector 3, so I think he's going to stay out there and on the track and try and press on just a little bit. And in fact, that should be him right there.
Yep, he's the fourth car in line. So the 33, as I said, your race winners from last time out at Bang Sen with the 15-second maximum pit stop compensation success time. They've barely come out on the lead lap of the race. The last car on the lead lap. And gives you context that basically you had to be in the top 5. That's how much the margins had spread out. Couldn't really be more than 5th or 6th, which was about 15, 16 seconds behind the leader, and still come out on the lead lap of the race.
Well, either way, and then behind the wall, yeah, okay. Into the garage, and remember what we were talking about earlier on? Once you wheel that car into the garage, that is it, race over. So I think they were attempting to prevent that from happening, and then they eventually just went, yeah, no, it's going to have to go back. So race now over for Then and Thorn and Durapats 24 next to Romai Rimmer Motorsports entry. Thanaraj, how long does he wait now? 4 minutes remaining in terms of that pit lane window, so it's going to have to be soon. Starting to pinch that right rear tyre just a little bit more, but it wasn't a hard lock again. And compressed air being blown into the brake ducts for Thanawit. He jumps out of the car to hand over Sitar V for the Adimitsu Racing Team Thailand number 15. And there's the confirmation. Your race leader's now in, not waiting right through to the end of the window. Splits the race roughly in half, and we'll hand on over to Thanapatra. We'll climb behind the wheel of the 14 entry. The 92 has been fixed. Whatever that drama was, the front left of Chaya Williams' car. I think for them, though, that will be about just checking that car over and making sure that everything's in operational order, because their race effectively over now. They're 5 laps off the pace. For Chaya.
And sitting in 18th place, which means they're nowhere near getting points in this one today. So, yeah, I think you're right. Only reason you take that car back out is to validate whatever fix you've made is in working order, and then maybe, hey, after a couple of laps, if you're happy with it, or however long you think you need to go out there for to fix the car up, then bring it back in, preserve the car, and get ready for tomorrow's race to round out the weekend. As we watch here, 1 minute on the clock complete for Thanapatra, now that he's behind the wheel. So waiting to see, what is it, you've got to wait another 20 seconds before you can even get to pit exits. You've got to make sure you time this right, and don't want to fall afoul. So far, so good. Not seeing anyone on the wrong side of the pit window times. It's looking here, Nadol Tensionok. They were, remember, this car was running, well, was third. Sorry, not second, my apologies. But pit stop time has put them back in.
I think that might be the leader. They might be the leader of the cars at the pit, to be honest with you.
It's all a bit, it's a little complex. It's just needs a way for timing to update a second as once everything sort of straightens itself out as to who's where and what. Because Thanapatra now away at what might be the front of the field.
There's also another interesting name I'm just looking at, Dan. In behind the wheel of the 13 car, Manuel Rafael Caceres stepping into that car. It's good to see him enjoying a larger program than just the was it the GTC he's running as part of the supercars program. More track time, never a bad thing. And then finally, this will be the final car to do their pit stop. So once you see this car back out on track and a lap done, that will be it. We'll actually have our field sort of cleansed. And I'm reasonably certain what we've got to wait for is the out lap now of Thanapatra, who's just climbed behind the wheel of the 14 car. They actually are showing on timing as ahead of the 23, so I think they've still got the race lead, and I think it's the 23 machine who sits second.
Yeah, that would make sense because also, yeah, the cars behind that have had longer pit stops, well, yeah, they've fallen back down the order as a result. So that all roughly checks out. Just waiting to see when the where is our number 14? There they actually are on screen, literally on cue. So around turn 11, they will come, and Norat's got another 20-odd seconds before he can exit the pits. So this should be a fairly comfortable lead for Tanapatra behind the wheel of the YK Motorsports number 14. In fact, officially the gap is 1 minute and 11 seconds because that's how long ago Norat crossed the line. In fact, I think she's been released there in the background of Pit X in the pit lane. So there's your new race leader. As also Chayar comes back out of the pits, having to complete his compulsory stop, in addition to the lengthy service time he spent in the race. So unfortunately goes another lap down for good measure, as there is the 25 of Noah Rat. And that was a 1 minute 37 second stop. So don't forget they had to add on 5 seconds. So that's basically right on the money. Their service. Now to find out who's actually in second here.
Actually incredibly tight, I think, with the 38 machine of Mohammed Nakib. So I think we're going to get a really, really close battle for second, third, and fourth potentially out on track. So that'll put two of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand cars potentially onto the podium, or at least relatively close to each other. I can't wait just to get a few shots, because at the moment, Dhanaraj is out in the lead. Looks like by about 17 odd seconds over Nardole. So right on cue. So yeah, I'm getting confirmation that the 25 machine is definitely sitting third on the road, which means second, third, and fourth will be Nardole, number 23. Number 25 of Norat. Sorry, it'll be Tanchanok. Sorry, behind the wheel of the 23. Norat will be behind the wheel of the 25, and the 38, Mohammed Nakib, will sit fourth on the road.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll see it all here. The gaps will start coming up. Also, note from race control, a compulsory pit stop is under investigation, and we only ever see these messages when someone is definitely messed up and is short on their stop. Now, the biggest problem is, unfortunately, I can't tell you if there's a driver who's a little short, because I don't have the exact numbers that I need to be able to decode this. Single drivers all have +4 seconds. I'm a little worried it could be Nora Apavat because his stop time is 1 minute 37. If he's had to add 5 seconds, and he also came third in the last race at Bang Sen, which is another 5 seconds on top of that, so he had to be 9 seconds extra. At 25 could be 2 seconds short.
Give me a stop and go for 2 seconds. Yeah, I reckon you might be right.
The only problem is, yeah, I don't have confirmation of exactly what categories the drivers in this class have been classified as, which means I can't for certain say that with confidence with you folks. But, oh man, that is going to be brutal for Nora Apavat if they've released him the tiniest bit too soon. Because realistically, it's one of those ones where it's not really a driver thing, it's a team thing. As we're going to look here, so there's Tanchanok's second, 16 seconds at the start finish line. And on this current lap, has maybe, it's about even between sector 1 and sector 2. So if anything, that gap is going to be about the same, if not slightly more, when they get around again. So Tanapatra's got a pretty comfortable looking margin for now in this one here as he crosses the line again to start lap 20 of the race for this Thailand Super Compact event. But yeah, just have to wait now and see if the numbers I've been able to dig up make sense.
Well, the interesting part is that's the closest battle that we've actually got out on track at the moment. And if you have a look at the most recent lap times, Mohammed Nakib actually took about half a second out of him on the most recent lap, but immediately for his troubles, that's what that battle looks like on the screen. First warning, Mohammed Nakeem exceeding track limits. Next one, he's going to get a black and white flag. And then after that, the penalties will start. Although, to be fair, we haven't actually seen any penalties at the moment. Although he's giving him the old flash, just to let him know, hey, I'm here and I'm coming. And Mohammed Nakeem's going to try and go the long way around on the entry down to turn number 3. See if he can't pick him up through the middle. Get good drive off. Is he going to force the Zoo Racing Team Talon driver to cover him off down the inside? And we still wait for confirmation from race control over compulsory pit stop times. We haven't had any update as it currently stands, so this may be educational at best.
Could be, but it would be a little outside the norm for the way receiving the CPS time under investigation messages has worked in the past. So, yeah, it's just a good. It could be, would be, should be kind of a moment here. We watch these two fight for third on the road at this time as we're inside 20 minutes to go. I mean, to note the track limit stuff, so far this race, we've actually seen cars get a first warning, then a black and white flag, and then get a final warning after that. So it's almost as if sort of, yeah, it's a 1, 2, 3, and then you're in the pits, or you're penalised, one of the two, I guess, in that situation there. As another battle on track here for us to witness. It is the number 69 and 65, in fact, no, pardon me, 69 ahead of 88. That's been an exchange of position. So I checked in as that, speaking of an exchange, is a change for second place. Mohammed Nakeem, sorry, third place, gets up past Nora Rapp, a bad run off the final turn. Don't worry about Tanchinok Scott, because here it comes back again. Goes to 25 at turn 1. We're going to get a crossover once more for the run to turn 3. I think, bet you are.
And that's going to absolutely earn the 25 a warning from race control for track limits. Now, the problem for Mohammed Nakeem was that he didn't get good drive off the final corner, and he might have missed a shift himself on that start-finish straight. This time, though, on the run down to turn number 3, maintaining quite reasonably in terms of a straight line, and that pass will be done when they get down to turn 3. He was so much more brave on a break, so that's the replay of the move at the final corner for Mohammed Nakeem. Set him up very, very nicely. And now gets the job done at turn 3 and run up to turn 4, and again, Nora
straight line speed.
Gets the drive, gets the job back done. So Mohammed Nakeem has got the speed to be able to get this job done. Picks up a little bit of dirt on the inside. He might have a go. Forces the cover now. And will swing to the outside. Gets alongside. Gets very much alongside. And in fact, he might clear him all the way around the outside. No, not quite. They're going to go side by side as they enter down through turn 6. He will get the inside of turn 7. Finally, Mohammed Nakeem will get the job done.
Yeah, and an update from race control. Good news for any fans of Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand and Nora Apavat. His car has not been cited for CPS rules infringement. The car that has been flagged is the number 29 of Alif Shakwi. Noting here they have a 10-second stop and go penalty for a CPS breach. Now, it's a possibility. I don't recall seeing that car out before. New cars get a 15-second addition to their minimum pit stop times, and they most certainly did not serve a pit stop of at least a minute 45, as that's a little...
Well, that'll be the final warning.
That will... Yeah, that should upgrade that to a black and white. We'll see if that comes through in due course. The 88, separate to everything happening. The Yotsu Hinahun has got a warning as down at pit entry. The 33 is off the road. What's happened to Pao Fong? Unforced error.
Inside left is locked in this case. And,
I think, yeah. Talk about that later, because here we go, Scott, back at it again, live pitches. Oh, very different lines there. Can Norak close up with that kind of a run? I don't think he can from that far back this time.
It's about to get worse, by the way, for the 29 car. Remember, we were just talking about he got a penalty. Well, it's that middle gear. Whatever is the issue with the middle gear for the 38 car, that's where they lose all their speed. It's not drive off. The drive off the corner is quite good. And again, Mohammed Nakeem is going to have to try and go the long way around. No, this time it'll be the short way round. Gets down the inside. Definitely quicker under brakes as the 38 car. gets the job done once again. This time, will try and buy himself some time through turn 6 and turn 7. Mid-corner speed quite high for Mohammed Nakib.
Well, yeah, that car prone to a shift, a bad shift at times that can be really detrimental to its runs. But yeah, you were just saying, yeah, insult to injury for car 29. They get a penalty for not adhering to the compulsory pit stop rules. So it would appear that that would have been too short on the stop. They get a 10-second stop and go, and then they proceed to get a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane, coming in to serve their stop and go penalty.
I didn't know Esteban Ocon was here this weekend.
We haven't had a track limits time penalty. I think you need to get the trifecta that way.
Esteban Ocon could leave Formula One with that being his main notable finish. Although, race winner as well, I suppose. But his most recent achievement. Either way, for the 38 of Mohammed Nakib, now gets the job done. Can he build enough of a margin? Yeah, look, I think this time by he's going to be far enough ahead. And on the most recent lap pace, 58.679, so he's 0.4 of a second quicker on that most recent lap. And the thing is, Dan, that straight there, he didn't lose the speed, right? But the last couple laps, it's been off of the final corner and then off of here. So is it the gear ratio? Are they missing a gear out of that box that he doesn't have to shift through coming off of turn 2?
I mean, look, yeah. Possibilities are pretty broad, and we just don't know. Because unfortunately, we can't quite get a read on exactly how the car's coming out of the turns. Our audio we get here trackside doesn't perfectly match up with the camera footage, obviously, that we're watching off of. So there's a bit of can't say listen to the car because, well, there's no guarantee what you're hearing is going to match up with what you're seeing. Anyways, what I do want to bring attention to here is, speaking of the race leader, Antana Patra, on that last lap, he lost nearly 2 seconds to Tanchinok in second place. You keep that up, should still be okay to win the race, but
It'd be
that
tight,
would make
actually.
the margin a fair bit tighter than it currently is.
There's enough time there to actually, if he loses that to the end of the race, there's enough time there for the Tanchinok to drive back and make that time up. But I think it might be lap traffic inhibited. Is going to be the real question.
Yeah.
46.0 in the final sector. So yeah, whatever the problem was, he's cleaned that one up. But now he is going to be inhibited by the 16 car through turn number 1. Tanchinok will try and make some time. And I'm really interested to see what the lap time is from Mohammed Nakib, because if he can find some time, and his final sector, by the way, Dan, if you have a look at that, 1.3 seconds out of the car ahead in the final sector alone, 57.853 over the course of the lap, only 0.3. So if he can find some time, and that's that shot right there that sort of tells the picture of Tanchinok back to Mohammed Nakib. If there's some lap traffic in the way, all of a sudden he might actually start to really make some time. The margin between these guys is only about 6.5 seconds.
That it is. So, yeah, factory Toyota power or customer Toyota power, which will be strongest here today is number 29. Is coming to serve the drive-through penalty? I think it is for Alif Shakul. Yeah, third time in the pit lane, that would add up. So, not being a warm welcome to a Thailand Super Compact for the 29. At least in terms of procedural matters during the race. As a look there at Tanchinok once more, rounding up some more lap traffic in the 23 Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Toyota Altis. As trouble for your race leader. That's a flat left front. Or was that coming off the rim?
Right. It's a flat left front. It is a flat left front, and that's going to change the lead for sure. He was fine through sector 2, but he was actually 0.2 up compared to Tanchinok when they come through the sector 2 timing line. And Thanapatra was 12.5 seconds in the lead and now has a front left tyre go down. That he's already been passed for the race lead. And that's Mohammed Nakib coming through the background as well. He's going to get on the flashes straight away to let him know. But he's going to have to come to the pit. No! In the final 15 minutes of the race, change for the race lead. Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand will now lead the way, courtesy of Tanchinok.
Well, I did say that it was going to be fairly. It should have been straightforward for So where has, unfortunately, the replay, it's already gone down. And as you said, the timing, that's turn 8 there in the background and coming into turn 9 right here. You did note that, in Sector 2, the time through Sector 2 was perfectly respectable, and so was Sector 1. That tyre has come down all of a sudden after the second sector. I mean, there is a long right-hand turn, which is turn 7. So, that just something in that one corner, that could have been enough. And there you go, tyre's done. They're telling him, get on with it, go, 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 we're done. But that's going to be a painful race for them. In fact, looking at it here, they will probably come out somewhere towards the back of the top 10 if they're lucky.
9th, so I've just seen the 65 car go through, and there's a bit of a gap in behind him. So they will come out 9th. So they'll elevate the 65 of Chinachicha up to P8, and they'll come out in P9. So
I bet there they are going through on screen. They slot right into the gap there. And in behind them is the number 15, apparently, of Tanawit Sitavi. I think. No, 13 behind them on track, which is not for position.
If you can find some time again, though, Dan, he was running 58s, right? He was running quite quick 58s. There's a chance he can catch at least the 65 machine. The next car on the road's only about 2 seconds lap, is about 20 seconds up the road. So at least he might be able to find his way back past Tenachicha and maybe pick up P9. But it's going to be, it'll be too far for him to really maybe go and hunt down Hitaharu in the 88 machine in 8th. That'd be a big ask. Not undoable, but a big ask certainly for sure.
Yeah. Now the question is, how many of these drivers are going to need to worry about tyres? Because it didn't look like he was thrashing the car. As that's now the battle for the lead, 5.7 seconds from Tanchanok to Muhammad Akib. He wants some traffic to get out of his way, pretty please. But I haven't cleared just yet, unless it's happening here at the hairpin.
I do like the lights at the head. Yeah, there you go. 16 got out of the way nice and early. I do like the lights at the front end of the 38 machine. You definitely would see them in the rear view mirror. So at least, there's a bit of that. But Muhammad Akib, you can see how much he's struggling in terms of straight line. The 16 machine automatically caught straight up onto the rear end. If they can find a little bit more straight line speed for this car, they will be the biggest problem for them is for Muhammad Akib is he's losing 2.5 tenths of a second in the first sector, and we'll keep an eye on. I'm actually really interested to see the first sector times. So Thanaraj has already made that pass back to 8th spot, steals that one back off Chinachicha. Well, we had a very slow lap, I think, for Chinachicha. So Thanaraj's first sector 21.130. So Muhammad Akib was actually quicker that time. So I think it's a shifting issue. I'm gonna say, was that smoke? And now the 27 car's pulled up as well.
What we saw there for a moment was once we cut away from the 14 was a right rear lock, just lifting up the right rear tyre as it comes into that braking zone at turn 3. So don't think anything too ominous that we just caught a glimpse of there, but the 27 parked up there in between, that's the exit of turn 6. I think that was wide open runoff. Could be a potential concern as eyes on the man in 3rd place of Noah Rat. About 5 seconds behind, and on that last lap, definitely a little slow as we're going to see here. Up at turn 8. Oh, hello. That's a little wide. From the number 69, I think that was. So that's Ayrton behind the wheel at the moment, trying to go chase down Anawat in the number 59. The surviving Honda City from the next to Romai Rimna Motorsport Baby Boss Garage team.
You're going to love this, Dan.
Yeah. I've just seen that too. Oh, boy.
So, to make matters worse for Atif Shorky, the 29 car we were talking about, he's had a drive-through penalty, he's had a stop-and-hold penalty for pit stop infringements and speeding in the pit lane. He's had another pit lane penalty assigned. I think this might have been because he was coming to serve the drive-through penalty as well. He's crossed the pit lane exit line. or the pit lane entry line, I think.
It says here, yeah. Oh dear. Yes. I mean, yeah. You're new to the series. You got a longer pit stop than most. You then don't stop long enough, so you get penalised for that. You come in to serve that penalty. You speed in the pits, so you get penalised again. You come into the pits to take the drive-through for the speeding penalty, and you don't follow the line on pit entry, and you cross that, you get a 5-second time penalty. Like, man, I do believe we now have. I think if we get a track limits penalty for the 29, we would basically have the full collection, short of then causing like avoidable contact or something.
Like smoke.
This category, as far as I'm aware, doesn't have that provision in place. I'm not sure we can apply the super pickup black smoke rules to the super compact category.
Hey, at this rate, a Tief Short quiz, it will find a way.
Yeah, of course. Should note that there was another car that got caught up in all that, which is Pura Pep, and saying that Pura Pep's car is currently dead and stuck on the outside of turn 6 in the runoff. So probably not going to make a lot of difference to their total race time. As look here, 59.69. This is going to be the battle for 5th. Ayrton behind has to be careful because he's on his first warning for exceeding track limits. And we'll need to catch up in due course on that last lap. I believe it's the lap we saw him have the slightly hairy moment through turn 8, so that's why we lost some time. An update also, another warning coming through. This time, though, it's a black and white flag from Mohammed Nakib for track limits. So they might just have one more warning left in the back pocket. He is certainly pushing about a second a lap faster than Tanchanok, but I think it's come a little bit too late to catch up in time.
Well, the thing for Mohammed Nakib is he's now 7 seconds ahead of Norat. So, look, he's gaining, and he's actually starting to make, reasonable time out. If there's a little bit of traffic, and there is, just ahead. And don't forget, we've already noted there's a lot of brown coloration across most of that rear splitter, or rear spoiler, of that car as well. He's going to get a narrow entry down to the final corner as well. Mohammed Nakib's going to encounter the slower car as well at potentially an awkward location. But, yeah, look, I mean, the lap times are good. We're going to get another one here. He's taken a second out of him, and it's going to be 3 minutes plus 1 lap. So that's 3 laps we've got left here, Dan. If he does that for 3 more laps, he's going to get there.
You're right. You're right. No, my bad. Yeah, no, I'll take that back. Yeah. 3 laps. There you go. So indicator on from the lap car, and here comes the headlight dance from Mohammed Nakib saying, I want to get past. Okay, this time actually indicates he's going to move over to the right, and so clear road. Now, critically, yes, Sector 1, Mohammed Nakib is slower than Tanchanok. Now, Sector 1, of course, is basically fast, a good run down the start-finish straights. You've got to have good drive off turn 12, and then maintain a good run through turn 1, and then power out there. But this second sector here, which is the hairpin, the run back up this second longest straight, and then the 3 left-hand turns from 4, 5, and 6. He's pulling really big time, and then he pulls even more time in sector 3. So, if anything, it's going to come down to a final lap sprint. He just has to stay within the track limits whilst he does it, because otherwise that could potentially put him at risk.
But he's clear. He's clear. Like, if it's a 5-second penalty, he's clear. He can get 5 seconds and be okay. Because he's now got 9 seconds back to Norat, who sits third. The Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entry is quite comfortable sitting there in third. His times have actually dropped right the way off at the moment. Takes half a second out, so he's made 3/10 effectively on the lap now as Mohammed Nakib. But he's got to find a lot of time in this final sector, and the car ahead is going to encounter lap traffic at an awkward point on the lap. It's the 15 car that he's going to come across, which is Sitavi behind the wheel running 2:01.7s, and he's going to be on the racing line at the final corner. He forces Tanchanok to get down narrow and only just clears him. That could be worth some time cost. What's it going to be as they come out of the final corner? And Nakib can't find any time. He's found 0.07 of a second when realistically he needs to be finding a lot more than that. The margin now 2.895 seconds, and he'll have 2 laps to run, which means he's got to find 1.5-ish seconds a lap for the final 2 laps. It now becomes a very large ask. But we said that about Danapatra behind the wheel, and well, he sits in 8th on the road.
That he does indeed. Again, slower though in Sector 1. So that Wing Hing Motorsports car either really struggles out of Turn 12 more than we think it does, isn't got the top-end power. It doesn't really look like it's got top-end power, mind you, but the irony being is that there's a long run here. This is all Sector 2, and this is all power. So to suggest that somehow he can then turn it around through Turn 4, 5, and 6, I mean, it could also be braking, perhaps. That just it's a better car under brakes. And so he's going in deeper, he's throwing it in, and look at it, yep. That left rear barely touching the ground the entire time through this part of the circuit. Sector 2 time, he only pulls 0.3 of a second. So it's effectively a net 1/10 gain as traffic of 15 is just going to bail off the road to get out of his way so he can maintain momentum.
Good decision. Very, very good decision. Gets right out of the way. Right, he's got to find a bunch more time. This time through the middle sector, only 0.3 of a second. And I think they told Mohammed Nakib exactly what the margins were in terms of track limits as well, because he burned them up, and he burned them up in a big way. He brought himself back, made himself relevant, and gets on the lights. That is just letting Tanchanok know, I can see you, you can see me. Make a mistake. Go on. Bet you won't. Let's make a car race out of this one. Out of the final corner. Last lap board. One more lap left to run for your Thailand Super Compact. This race has had about 5 different stories right throughout the journey. The 92 machine was sitting in a phenomenal spot early on, was potentially looking to start to get some overtakes done, and, well, Tanchanok now leads the race. That was the car they were fighting for position. Chaya off the lead lap. He's going to be on his 26th circuit, will be classified for this race, but will not score any points. Then it was the 14 car who led the bulk of the way. Thanaroj handed over to Thanapatra, and Thanapatra had, unfortunately, a left front tyre go down on him in the dying stages of the race. Another win could have been chalked up for the number 14 YK Motorsports machine, but it won't be. It's not to be this afternoon. Buriram, and there was threats of rain in the air, but the only threat at the moment is Tanchanok making a mistake all on his own. 2.5 seconds at the start of the lap. Made some more time. Half a second he gained in the first sector with just good, clean running. A nice, quick car in a straight line. And as you get to the Sector 2 timing line, there's not much more that Mohammed Nakib can do.
Yeah, indeed, as we watch here, rounding the last couple of turns. Well, rounding Sector 2. Does lose 0.7 in the second sector to Mohammed Nakib, but on that first sector actually gained nearly half a second up. So still, the net loss is only about 0.2, as we've got just ourselves, well, 1 proper corner up, 2 flat out turns, I think it is here. 10 might be a slight, but 11 is definitely flat. So really, for Tanchanok, he's just got this one final turn and a very short run to the start-finish line to worry about here to secure this race win for himself, Nardole, and Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. And while indeed Mohammed Nakib has been throwing that car at him to the very end, it will be Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand who take the win by 1.8 seconds at the line, ahead of the Wing Hing Motorsports Toyota Yaris from Mitchell and Mohammed Nakib. Nora Apiva, we were worried perhaps he had been an error in the timing on his pit stop, but apparently the answer was no, that hadn't been messed up. And so as a result, will be a 1 and 3 for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand squad, although... Oh, wait, no, my bad. Tanchanok's car has been restored to the top of the timing charts. It just freaked out for a second as Chan Yabut is going to come across the line and be classified for 4th. And the drivers will come through after that in due course. But the race-winning car does look a little worse for wear in terms of coloration on the rear bumper, as we've mentioned once or twice during the race there, Scott, but did the job quite nicely, even if they did back off in the final sector.
And interesting to note, fun statistic for that car as well. Race 1 of a weekend, so race 1 and race 3 thus far, so that's the first race from Chang and Mei and the first race from Buriram, no points. This is the first time that 23 car has scored points in the first race of the weekend. And it's not just the points in the first race, it's a race win. They had a 4th and a 5th Fourth back at this circuit all the way back in May, and fifth from Bang Sen in the street course race. Well, confirmation, Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand will take 2 podiums from the Super Compact race here this afternoon. Mohammed Akib and Mitchell have done a phenomenal job for Wing Hin Motorsports. 1.8 seconds was all that separated them after an hour and 1 lap of racing, which will do the world of good for their championship fight. I'll throw 18 points on the board, potentially, but that has the potential. In fact, I think that may even throw them up into second spot in the championship, which is a big old swing and something that they needed to keep their season alive. And I tell you what, the points that'll go the way of Nardole and Tanchanok as well, that's going to promote them potentially inside the top 5 in terms of championship hunt for those guys as well. Phenomenal race, an hour of duration, and it kept changing. It just kept changing.
Yep. It never ceases to surprise, it seems, here in this category. So, yeah, we've got ourselves, a great race there. It's not our final race of the weekend. TCR Asia is still to come here from the Saturday coverage of the Thailand Super Series, or the B-Quik Thailand Super Series, races 5 and 6 of their championship, whilst it's also races 5 and 6 of the TCR Asia Championship as well, you should note. There as well as it's a very happy Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand squad there by the looks of things. I mean, 1 and 3 can't get too much better than that, you have to say.
Yep, so they'll take that. Phenomenal race, phenomenal results, and celebrations begin for these guys. I tell you what, they'll be thoroughly enjoying this one as it all kicks off. Can't be too much happier, can't improve too much in terms of things, but they ran good cars. They ran reasonably quick cars. They were on strategy, put themselves in the right spots, and sometimes you just got to be in the right place at the right time, and a little bit of luck will go your way. You got a feel, though, for the 14 car. Had things virtually under control, and sometimes you got to be a little bit of a rubber whisperer at the right times as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, we won't know exactly what caused the issues there for that number 14, whether it was just overdriving it, which didn't seem like that's the weird thing is it didn't look like they were driving it too hard. They were like the pace fall off was in line with everyone else. So just a freak, maybe some freak overload at some point. The fact that it happened very suddenly through turn 7, I guess, is the only thing that's sort of a little interesting there. As it looks like, good. You're going to chat now with Nora Appavat to start off the interviews down in the pit lane for the local Thai production. But honestly, apart from the unfortunate nature there, also the fact that we thankfully kept the race green despite Purapet's car being dead in the runoff there outside of turn 6. It was good to be able to keep the racing going. And I guess a case of what could have been for Mitchell Mohammed Akib as they kept trying to hunt down Nardole and Tanchanok's car, but just didn't get there in time in the end.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's difficult. Sometimes you need a little bit more time on the board, and they just didn't necessarily have what they were looking for. And difficult race, tricky conditions, wet tires were picked up in the background just to add something a little bit more interesting to circumstances as well. So, a lot going on, a lot to sort of work with. Did they maybe get their pressures just a little bit wrong? Is worthwhile discussing. Perhaps they were just in the wrong range, in the wrong sort of area. Difficult, isn't it? Very, very difficult. We can sit here and ponder all we like, and we could still never come up with the right solution in theory. But look, Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand exceptionally happy with the way their Saturday has gone. How will they respond on Sunday? That's the big key. And for Chaya, think about him as well. They've got to try and repair that car. Very interested to find out what went wrong potentially with that car. Was it a suspension failure? It wasn't a tire. The tire was all up. And think 2 ways, Dan. That was 2 left front tires that went in odd locations on a corner. It was second half of a corner as well. So it wasn't just one guy that went down. Was there potentially some debris left around, just somewhere got into the suspension arm at the wrong point in time for a race, and something went down for 2 separate cars? You have to want. You don't see 2 failures like that and there not be a reason for it.
Yeah, indeed. Unfortunately, the only thing we know is what the outcome was. We don't have any information on the causes at this time. So it's going to be one of those ones that we'll have to look into or ask questions of, and maybe, if we're lucky, we'll get some answers back about those ones there. As see here, the Wing Hing guys are showing degree. The shame because I think there's a possibility given, I believe, noticed there that on Mohammed Akib's suit, if it is, I think, yeah, he's from Malaysia, so there's a possibility that he would have been in English in this case. But look, it is what it is. And yeah, maybe we'll see what we can do about getting that tomorrow in our production feed when it comes to this part of the show. But I mean, yeah, all it does tell me is that the stage is set for tomorrow's race. Race 6 of the championship will be plenty of exciting action there as well to look forward to, because we'll have another 1 hour race for those guys. It'll be in the morning, so a little different in terms of weather conditions and timings and the like. So that'll be another thing to keep in mind as well.
Yep, certainly. And after we chat to our race winners, you can just see how happy both the drivers out of the 38 machine are with that one as well. Nardole and Tensionot will be the next two to have a chat to and celebrate the victory for to go to Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. You can see Goody's now getting down on in there, and look at the joy for these guys as well. You know, what a race, and just the temperature on the faces as well. The work, it's not easy. Not easy by any stretch of the imagination, so...
Yeah, not even close. Even though they have cooling vents and the like in the cars, maybe the helmets too. But the fact is, like, the Wing King car's got a good old air tube out the driver's side door window to try and just feed extra air into the thing. Yeah. In the case of Nardole, he's had some time to sort of sit back in the pit garage and maybe cool off a fraction. Tantok just jumped out of the car, so yeah, definitely a little warm. But hey, look, yeah, job well done. Had to manage that one and bring it home to the end, which, as we said, with the way Mohammed Akib was pushing, couldn't afford to make any mistakes. And like, yes, there was a moment that we thought maybe it was going to come down to it, but then all of a sudden, maybe not. Even so, still close enough that, you know, have to be on the money to make sure you tick off all the boxes. It looks like in the background there as well, the 27 car has been recovered from where it stopped. So that's a good sign, at least.
Getting an update as well on the rain situation. It looks like we have indeed, yet again, if you want rain to be scared off, let us know. We can get in contact, start talking about rain in your area and scare it off, because the track record that we have at the moment, Dan, supreme. Look at that. Completely clear now. It's all swung around to the south.
Yeah, let's just watch that there, and off it goes back to the west again. So whichever one of you did a rain dance, congratulations, you did an excellent job, because you've kept us nice and dry here at the Buram International Circuit, the Chang International Circuit, to finish off our racing here today. As we look at our the racing to end today is still to come, but highlights from the final B-Quik Thailand Super Series category of today's action. Thailand Super Compact, of course, coming up here. So, of course, all of our drivers getting ready to go racing. Unfortunately, you can see there plenty of happy drivers ready to go racing. It wasn't going to be that way for everyone come the end of this race, but we'll just have a look here. Plenty of drivers also, you can see, keeping cool however they can, which is definitely an important trick, because given it is, it was 3 o'clock Thailand time or thereabouts when they got going, that is basically probably going to be as uncomfortable as it could be during the day there. And so, yeah, plenty of air to cool down, and then the racing got underway. And in fact, we were nearly 5 wide into turn 1. It's definitely something we don't see all too often. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that onboard shot during the race, but they sorted themselves out by turn 1, and then the race was on. And tyre locking was also a thing we had to keep an eye on. We were worried perhaps that would mess things up for a couple of drivers, but in the end, didn't really seem to be too much of an issue. So we had ourselves the leader, the leading number 14 breakaway. The fight here for second between Nardole and Chayam Wangnam was great to watch. We didn't quite see this, I don't recall, in the mid-pack, because there was all the scrapping further ahead. Unfortunately, that there was our first retirement for Kajonsak Na Songkla. Unfortunately for him, it was a pretty familiar sight we've seen a couple of times before here at Chung, pulling off at that run-off road. The duel here, we thought for a second maybe Chayara got it done, but the straight line power of Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, Yaris and Altus was too strong, was able to stay ahead. And then here, having to peel into the pit lane, we miss it here on this replay shot, but a puff of smoke from the left front tyre with the wheel corner. Don't know exactly what caused it, but unfortunately it brought their race to an abrupt halt. And then the duel here between Noah Rapp and Mohammed Nakib after the pit stop, that was one to watch. Eventually, though, it would indeed be Mohammed Nakib who would win out. You can see round the outside of 5 and 6 to hold that position down, and then start finally making his way forward. Scrapping a little further on back here, such as the 95 and the 33 at one point, which unfortunately ended with an unforced error from the number 33 machine that Power Flong they later retired on. And then that's the big one there. Your race-leading number 14 machine suddenly having a flat left front tyre. Tanapaja having to limp that one back for half a lap to get that tyre replaced. And out of the race lead, they would drop. 8th place would be where they finished on the road at the end of it all, much to their shame. So it gave Tanchinok the race lead, and had to work for it, though, because Mohammed Nakib was closing down mighty fast indeed. In the end, though, time was on the side of Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, and they would be able to hang on as the laps closed down, especially when the gap and pace seemed to slow down a bit for that 38 Wing Hing Motorsports Toyota Yaris. And nice steady run through the final sector did make the gap look a little closer across the line than it had been for the rest of that lap. But first and third for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand outfit, with Nora Apivat there coming across the line as well to put 2 cars on the podium. And that, some of the highlights we saw here from your Thailand Super Compact category for their first race of the weekend. We'll stay here at the track, of course. TCR Asia coming up next for our final race of Saturday's coverage here of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series from the Chung International Circuit. We'll take a 5-minute break. Stay with us here on the stream. We'll be back in 5 minutes. And we are back after our brief 5-minute break there, ladies and gentlemen. And it's time for our final race of the day for this first of 2 race days for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series weekend here at the Chang International Circuit. And it's our time for the non-TSS category here this week. TCR Asia in its return to the motorsport calendar on the whole after several years delay and cancellation due to recovering from COVID-19. So 15 laps about to come our way here this afternoon to make sure, to bring us all of the action for this race. And we've got ourselves our 10 drivers who'll be looking to tackle 15 laps of the circuit here in a whole bunch of Hyundai Elantra TCRs, and then a couple of Honda Civic TCRs thrown into the mix for a bit of additional measure. And it's going to be an interesting one here to watch between drivers like Zhang Zhendong, Huang Doyun, and Max Hart, the three of the Hyundai N by Z-Speed Elantras, who are all looking awfully competitive in qualifying earlier on. But it would be indeed the number 18 of Zhang who took pole position with an excellent drive in Q2, thanks to the qualifying format that the drivers here actually take part in. There's your driver who'll be the fastest of the TCR Cup category, which is sort of a subdivision there. Benny Santoso in the 56 machine, also out of the Hyundai by Z-Speed garage. And then you have yourself drivers he's competing with, such as Jiang Nan there in the Z-Speed Motorsport number 21. And then one of our 2 Honda Civics. They're just in the background of Umar Abdullah in the Delta Garage Racing Team. Also back in the pro category. 5 pros, 5 Cup class competitors this weekend. And looking forward to seeing how they go here. It'll be some of our fastest cars this weekend at the Chang International Circuit. Although in saying that, the Super Pickup Division 1 drivers not that far off in some cases. Actually, I might take that back. I think the gap was about 10 seconds a lap. So probably not a very accurate statement to make there. So cars, teams on the grid. Scott, at least I think you're back here at this point with me now. If I'm not, I got that wrong. I'm a bit of a goose for that one there. But time to see what these drivers can do in a racing situation after the total combined 30 minutes of qualifying they've gone through so far today. And it would appear I have preemptively got the Scott Rankin's return a little wrong there, and that's okay. Scott will be back with us in due course for the actual race start and such. So, what are we talking about here with TCR Asia for 2024? So yeah, somewhat of a small field, yes, but we have ourselves a host of drivers from not just the Asian region. Say it, the main thing there being Max Hart from Ireland sort of stands out in that respect. You've got Zhang Zhendong, Jian Nan, Yang Haoji, and Liu Qiren, all from People's Republic of China. Huang Doyun, who's going to be on the front row alongside of Zhang here from South Korea. And then Benny Santoso, Umar Abdullah, Daipo Fritamadan, all racing under Indonesian licenses. And just the one driver from Thailand, it seems, Anna Torn in the number 28 to complete your 10-car fielders. Now I'm told Scott Rankin has returned after I basically missed it by about 30 seconds on the short side of that one there, Scott. But you can see here drivers are making sure they're replenished and ready to go for just a 15-lap race. Doesn't sound like too much around here. That's still going to be good on 25-odd minutes or so of actual racing, should they keep it roughly green, start to finish. See here that for some drivers, they're happy in the car. But for some of those, like Max Hart there, we saw him jump out of the car for a moment once he got to the grids box to get himself settled and ready to go racing.
I think the big thing is there was a 10-minute board that was just displayed there, right? There is a lot of gridding time that's here. For Max, it's really, really interesting. I think he was definitely faster than Huang Doyun. Whether or not he was faster than Zhang Zhongdong is debatable. And remember, I think the big thing is potentially Max came into this one, he looked after the tyres a little bit better in practice across Thursday and Friday, and he sort of put himself in a little bit better position for qualifying one. That's all going to change. And you have a look at the number 18 car. I think they're just doing an inspection. That looks like the tyres they've rolled out to the grid on. So I would expect them to be relatively brand new tyres. They might have done maybe an install lap or, effectively, and then the formation lap as well. So realistically should be a green tyre here to go for race number 1. And I don't know, the problem being, what does the tyre quality look like for a fair few of these teams up and down the field? Well, if I have a feeling Max did throw green tyres at it in qualifying too. The problem for Max is he was on a fly. He was on a very, very quick lap when that red flag came out. He didn't get it in, and he missed it. He missed it in sector 2 on the final lap of qualifying, and that's when all the fastest laps came to, and that's all it comes down to. He's going to be following Zheng Zhongdong down into turn number 1, but he has to win this race for my liking. If he doesn't win this race here, I think it's Zheng Zhongdong's championship to lose, if I'm going to be honest with you. So that's the big story that's sort of evolving out of this one. Then again, what does it look like starting deeper in the pack tomorrow? Because Zheng Zhongdong's going to be starting 6th, and Max is going to be starting 4th. So, you flip the script again. Benny Santoso is an interesting one that we're going to be keeping an eye on as well. Leads the Cup Championship and leads it quite comfortably. He's got to have just another clean round here. Different track, somewhere these guys haven't run at in a little while, and that's the important part is memorizing all your corners. And I think one of the most interesting things I learned very, very recently, actually at a LAN event, which you were at as well, Dan Yeaman, for a sim racing fraternity, is notes. And what notes these drivers take and everything they do, and it's every tiny little thing you're doing away from the racetrack. Oftentimes it doesn't pay off, but it's when you need those little bits of a notes. And I saw one of the drivers from that event that did a lot of their homework and a lot of the extra bits and pieces. When you get to this top level, it's just a requirement. You've got to work hard and use the minutes that are available to you away from the racetrack. If you've got notes here from 4 years ago, you've got to pull them out and got to use them.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's not just your notes, if it's notes, say, from team members who have experience here or have been able to get data from people they happen to know. I guess it's a game of who you know, and therefore what you know as a result as well. So there's a whole mix of things there. Also, of course, for TCR Asia being on here now, we're also potentially live over on the TCR Asia social media pages too. So for those, if there's anyone watching from TCR Asia specifically, hello, welcome to our coverage of, and well, glad to have you here as part of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series weekend on a whole. Good to see these kind of cars racing here this weekend, although definitely interesting to see that for a category that's got, in other parts of the world, you see some great variety in the TCR cars. It's a very Hyundai dominant category here with TCR Asia. Got the pair of Hondas, mind you, Honda Civic TCR cars to break up the flow of Hyundai power, it seems. But nevertheless, we're looking to see how these drivers can make the most of things in this one to come. And as you said, we'll find out, I guess, who's got a bit of a knowledge advantage going into this one coming up.
Yep, preparation, get the tyres in, and the other thing is it's going to be cold tyres versus hot tyres. How well do you bring the tyre in? How well do you look after the tyre? I think an interesting note is that when you compare, the only racing action we've got from this series for this year is Sepang. And Sepang is a very long-loaded, dominant style track. There is some sharp turn, point, and shoot style stuff, and that's where all your major overtaking opportunities are at Sepang. Excuse me. As I try not to sneeze down the microphone. One of the big keys is looking after the tyre. And, Zheng Zhongdong did very, very well there, won those races, looking after the tyre. But Max did take something away from him. I think the difference between the two circuits is that there is a lot more overtaking opportunities here. The problem being through that second sector, that's probably a sector where you kind of can't really overtake. You've got to get it done at entry to turn 5. If you haven't done it by the entry to turn 5, it's probably not going to happen. You're sort of forcing the other driver to make a few mistakes, and then maybe 9, and then the last corner. So you're overtaking opportunities at 9. Let's say 1. No, not really. Racing 2x2 is very, very tricky through turn 1. 3 is your best overtaking opportunity on the lap, hands down. Turn 5, you can get it done, but you've really got to set that up and force the other driver to cover you to open that one up, force the other driver into a mistake. 9, maybe. 10 and 11, it's all set up by what happens through 9. And then the final corner, again, it's looking for a crisscross opportunity, really. But what you can do is you can force them to cover you everywhere, and the draft is such a big factor here, Dan, that the racing, it's got potential. This could go anywhere.
I mean, yeah. And I also think other things is the straight line stuff is obviously important, but we've seen braking be a real issue. How you handle that second sector with the triple left-hander 4, 5, 6 complex as well, and how you can manage, you've got car balance at high speed, plus also strong on the brakes for them as well there. Plus then I guess in the final sector is sort of a bit more of a mixed bag, but you're back more to the right-hand turns and loading the car up consistently to the right before then you have to sort of get it down to the final turn and really get on the brakes for turn 12. So at top speed is definitely valuable, and in saying that, we just literally saw in Thailand Super Compact, cars with good straight line speed, you've got 2 really good options, almost 3 good straights, where that top speed advantage is going to play a part, and as a result, going to allow you to stay ahead in any battles out on track. We're having a look down the grid now through our starting order. Now, the other thing I also note is from this one here, we actually had a bit of a mix-up, it seems, in qualifying 2 earlier this morning. We didn't quite catch it until only briefly a delay, because of what happened was basically Umar Abdullah wasn't sent out for Q2 despite finishing, I think it was 8th in that category, and it was a car that had finished in the bottom 2 positions that was sent out inadvertently instead. And saying that would have been by the team, I can see, because they're both from Delta Garage Racing Teams. I think the team had a bit of an error there, sending the wrong car out. What it did mean, and that's the reason why we're a little bit later than perhaps potentially scheduled originally, is we had to run 10 extra minutes of qualifying solo for Umar to see where he would end up. So critically, he's ended up 6th. He'll be the one on pole position for tomorrow's race to finish up the weekend there as well. So keep that in mind in a sense when it comes to racing there as well. But yeah, 10 drivers here this week. We are missing one driver who has done the 4 races so far. Budianto not here this weekend, unfortunately. But nevertheless, looking forward to seeing what these guys can pull off, because we've had small classes, we've had small fields in commentating on the various categories of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series before, Scott, and that certainly hasn't stopped it from being good racing.
Yeah, I think the big key is you look at across the time supercar categories and you can say, yeah, sure, car numbers are down a little bit, but the racing's intense. You can't step out of line, because if you step out of line, somebody's going to put the car in just an awkward place and challenge you in an awkward way. Everyone now removes themselves from the grid. Ladies and gentlemen, TCR Asia International Series racing action. 15 seconds before the cars will be rolling off for the formation lap. The course clearing car from the rear end of the field has now done its job. Everything looks in order for the formation lap to begin. 15 laps is going to be the journey for TCR Asia here this afternoon. Run off into the Buriram sunset, 4 o'clock local time. And we're starting to get into the portion of the year in Thailand where the days get shorter and shorter. We've had sunlight here in the past all the way through to 6 o'clock, and even track lights coming on at the circuit when we have the full calendar of Thailand Super Series racing action, including your Supercar Series here. Tends to be the Super Pickups that finish under the lights. Not so this afternoon with just your regular Thailand Super Series action. But the track map, Sector 1 is fast as flowing. It really only has the one corner in it. Turn 2, just the kink. Then your speed trap down just before turn number 3. The hairpin, you'll flick it back all the way down, and another stop-start kind of straight will run down to turn 4. 5 and 6, you'll flow the car in nicely, rotate it back through turn 7. 8, 9, and 10, 11 is all about flowing the car, carrying mid-corner speed, and turn 12 got to brake accurately into a more than 90-degree right-hand turn. It's tough, it's technical, it's tricky. You've got to flow the car. You've got to have corner speed. You've got to have straight line speed. What did qualifying look like? Zhang Dong put it on pole position in the number 18. Huang Do-yun was able to put it on the front row. Max Hart out of position, you would feel good enough for P2, just didn't put the lap in when it counted. Benny Santoso will start from alongside of him on the second row. Row number 3 is going to be Zhang Nan, and Umar Abdullah gets promoted after the issues from qualifying earlier in the day. Yang Huaiji and Anand Thorne will be 7th and 8th, the last 2 drivers in qualifying 2. And finally, Daipo from Madadan and Lu Kuren from the rear end of the field. And a reminder to our viewers, qualifying, your top 6 tomorrow will be inverted. Not from the race finish, it will be from those qualifying results. So Umar Abdullah will have pole position alongside of Zhang Nan, Benny Santoso and Max Hart on row number 2, Huang Do-yun and Zhang Dong row number 3, and then it'll be the final 4 drivers from qualifying standings. Yang Huaiji, Anand Thorne, Daipo Fitramadan, and Lu Kuren will round out your field for tomorrow. And race number 5 of TCR Asia, sorry, race number 6 TCR Asia. Tomorrow, Dan, have a look up and down that field. I get the feeling Max Hart's going to be aggressive on the run down to turn number 1. I get the feeling he has to be aggressive on the run down to turn 1.
I mean, yeah, he's back in 3rd place. He's trying to make sure that a teammate there, Zhang Zhendong on the pole position, doesn't get further away in the championship. Because, oh, yeah, you know what? He's put an indicator light on there. No, he'll go to the grid. So maybe just taking a bit of time there to wind it up. Do a couple of extra weaves and warm-ups there. Although that would be just a little bit of spice on the situation. He'll be on the left-hand side of the start-finish straight, on the normal line, on the preferred line there, which will mean not so dirty. So first step will be getting past teammate Huang Do-yun there on the left-hand side of screen, let alone pole sitter Zhang Zhendong in front of him here today. Well, it's been a little later than we'd hoped for the race start here in TCR Asia to wrap up our day's coverage. I'm just waiting for confirmation here that everyone's ready to go. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. And then we'll get that green flag at the side of the circuit. And then we'll get our 5 lights to start this race. And it looks like, there we go. We're all happy with proceedings here. 5 lights will come on shortly here as we count them up. 3, 4, 5. And it's time for TCR Asia to get underway from the Buram International Circuit. And it looks like it will be Zheng Dong from the pole position to hang on, but it will be the inside working for Huang Do-yun. But watch out for 3 wide with Max Hart. Can he cross him over? Oh, the top 2 crossover. Max Hart can't get through. He gets tripped up as a result. It's going to be a 3-way drag race towards turn number 3 as we head down at speed.
And there was contact between those front 2, and now Max Hart thought that there was an opening. He propped him up in the middle of the corner. He's lifted Zhang Zhendong, made his way through, and they're all going to scramble when they get down here to turn number 3 for the first time this afternoon. A little bit of a pinch on the front right brake, and that's going to present an opportunity of contact into Max Hart. He was wiggling all the way through turn 3. There's so much contact up and down the field. TCR Asia is lighting it up. Panels have been traded, and the big thing, Max Hart drops off the rear bumper now of Huang Do-yun, and Huang Do-yun, I get the feeling, Dan, he should have taken that position. I wonder whether or not he was protecting Zhang Zhendong. Oh, have a look at how out of control at the moment Max Hart is. He's trying to get that car back underneath him, and it's all kicking off on lap number 1 as everyone scrambles for a little bit of tyre temperature.
Old stone cold rear tyres by the looks. Look at them all dancing any kind of mid-speed rotation. Santoso 360 around at turn 7 is somehow barely avoided by Jiang Nan, I believe that is there. And Santoso, car starts rolling. Can he get it refired there? Because that was a little moment he was not ready for. Tyre lock, I think, out of Umar Abdullah. Santoso does get going once again, so he will keep the race green. But man, how's that for a ride of your life that you weren't particularly wanting nor expecting? as we make our way towards the end of the opening lap of 15. Look at that, yeah, Max Hart, damage on the rear bumper. Is going to see a rebound, so wiggle from your top 2, if not 3. And then Santos, the car's already gone mid-corner to show you just how loose these cars are and how hard they're still pushing on lap 1.
Yeah, still trying to struggle to get some tyre temperature. And the big moment I think we've got from the guys that are in the top 3 here is that there is damage to the rear bumper now with Max Hart's car. Umar Abdullah has cut through. He's gained 3 spots, I think, on lap number 1 to sit 4th at this point in time. He's gained 2, it is, to sit 4th on the road. So he's the big benefactor out of lap number 1 as they run down. And again, tyres just pinching as they unload in the rear. And Hyundai Elantras trying to keep their tyres underneath them as they do all that they possibly can. How about Umar Abdullah, though? He sets the fastest first sector time on lap number 2 as well. So he's got speed, albeit the issues that they've had with that car in the qualifying process. He's found some pace, and Max is not holding back in that number 69 either.
No, they're all flinging in. This is a sprint race for all intents and purposes here. Just the 14 more laps to go. It was 14 laps at the start-finish line. They wind their way through turns 6 and 7 and try and get some grip underneath them here as they run up towards the corner. Second sector markers come through, and it goes to Zhang Zhendong to get the fastest middle sector of the race so far, as a little bit more inside rear locking, it seems, from Umar Abdullah this time in that number 86 Honda Civic.
Yep, so now we'll try and set the car back down on and on. This is not an easy period of time during the race. Get these tyres up to temperature. You can just see the bodywork flapping. Ooh. Some part of the car's come off as well, and that's only just off the racing line. So there will be enough of a gap to try and get somebody out there to potentially grab that one out, with the field being as condensed as it is at this point in time. So it might be okay to stay green. I think the last car, so Santoso's on his way down to turn 12 now. Then there's sort of going to be a minute, probably 20 seconds or so to get someone out and grab that one. So I don't know whether or not we'll actually need to allow for a little bit of safety. What do the sector times look like as they come there down through sector number 1 this time? Fastest lap of the race, 44.953 from Zhang Zhendong. And the lap time from Umar Abdullah, whilst it was good through sector 1, the rest of the lap was a little bit scrappy from him, unfortunately. Some work to do. But they're all starting to build some tyre temperature here now, Dan.
Yeah, but they'll still lock the rears as they unload, it seems, into corners like turn 3. Focusing here on the battle between Young Hao Ji, Dipo Ramadan, and Anaton, 7th, 8th, and 9th on the road at this stage. They're all also, well, it's a mix of 2 drivers here in the Cup division. Although in saying that, Jiang Nung in the number 21 up the road is the leader of our Cup division category drivers. As they, Anaton, unfortunately, is one of the pro category drivers, racing therefore for outright position and points. It's a little out of order as a result relative to his fellow compatriots. And look at that there, through turn 6, they're getting up and over the apex curve to the dirt on the inside of it there, Scott, and dragging a bit of that back onto the track with them as we watch here towards turn number 9. Well, part of it's actually turn 8, they come to this first right-hander, bit of crossover as Dipo to the inside, and he will get there at turn 9, and should have that one sorted out unless he's vulnerable to a crossover and counter-attack down at turn 12.
Well, it was good pace carried through the exit of turn 9. He went in deep, looked for a little bit of a crisscross, and not quite able to pull that one off. Yang Huaji will try and have another go at him in the meantime. Zheng Zhendong is out to a 1.8 second lead as it currently stands. Max Hart's about 8 tenths of a second, so he is starting to make time back. And you get a feel that his best opportunity was back on lap number 1. He's not going to be presented with too many other great opportunities, and some damage, bodywork flapping about and around that rear guard as well is going to cause him a touch worth of straight line speed, and potentially some rear tyre dramas later on in the piece. If it keeps to flap about, it might be okay. It might be just far enough away from the rest of the bodywork of the Hyundai Elantra to not cause him any dramas. Sector 1 time loses a touch in straight line speed. And I think it's going to be through this sector 2 where he's going to make a ton of time back on Huang Doyun.
Watch them here and see how they're tackling, because the tyres are still nervous at the rear end, that's for sure, as they try and build up into this race here. It shows that there's nothing being left on the table from most of these guys here, and still Zhang Zhendong. Didn't show it in Q1, brought it out in Q2, and I think he's now delivering here in the race that he is the driver to beat on pure pace, it would seem at this stage so far, because he continues to pump in personal best and fastest sectors of the race. As Anatorn to the inside of Yang Haoji. It's not going to be contested into turn 8, and position ticked off for the number 28, second of our Honda Civics in the field here, one of the Z Speed Motorsport entries. And so look to see if he can go chase down the other drivers in the Pro Division. It's going to be a bit of work to do that there.
Yeah, so you get an opportunity now, though, for the 28 machine to at least start moving his way back through the field. And interested to see what the lap times these two will be. Very, very wide at the final corner. Ferdinand Thorn, unfortunately, means he's going to give that spot back and have to go and earn it all over again.
Yeah, not ideal there. Oh, now he's actually got tired, I think, all very dirty out the exit of turn 12. And it looks like these tyres maybe not so front. It could be, but I'm just thinking he went out wide enough that he's picked up enough dust and debris on the tyres that he's just ended up all kinds of loose and not having the grip he expected there at turn number 1. So Benny Santoso, I think, even getting through on him there on the run to turn 3 as a result. But back at the front, 11 and or 10 and a half laps ago, Zhang Zhendong continue to extend the margin over teammate Huang Doyun. So this will be exactly what his championship order was. You can see there, he's still got that car rotating to the point of needing a little bit of counter steer through a medium speed right-hander to make sure he's not over-rotating into that apex there. So definitely not leaving anything on the table at this stage of the race. And then for Huang Doyun, doing a solid job, just keeping Max Hart at bay behind, but not good enough to go with his teammate up the front of the field. And well, Max, in fact, he's there, he can see it happening up ahead of him. He's hoping to chase him down, but just a question of, is that little bit of the rear guard flapping doing damage to his potential pace? Or is it going to just be a case of maybe not having the absolute pace needed here today to be able to close down things? We've got the battle going on here for 6th on the road.
Yeah, and Luke Curran has the spot at the moment. Daipo's managed to drive his way through the field and get here into 7th spot. So work is quite reasonable now for Daipo Futurumadadan. And 28k. Yeah, I thought there was a failure. I just, the car going wide, might be a brake issue. Down the inside, defending is Luke Curran. And Daipo tried to go the long way round, did pull alongside, but corner favourite Luke Curran on the exit will hang on to 6th spot for a while longer. Daipo's starting to make some time though. We'll need to try and keep applying the pressure. And that is going to be the 28 car, you get the feeling, done for the day. I get the feeling might want to be too far away before the stewards start having a chat to Luke Curran's team and saying, hey, keep that one inside the track boundaries if you can. And as soon as I finish, no sooner do I finish saying that, then it's up and on the timing screens. First warning, outside the track boundaries once again, and this is going to present an opportunity. Daipo slides down the inside. Both of them a little bit of a lock-up as they get down to turn number 8. And Daipo is going to immediately cover on the run down to turn number 9 as well, not open up and present the opportunity back for Luke Curran to get back down the inside. Well done, well seized, and great opportunism, but still going to get the job done and did so convincingly.
That he did, indeed. No, have to be careful. If they keep firing at that, you've got Yang Haoji in the background there, who will probably be looking for a chance to get up to these guys and start fighting. But maybe it'll all settle down here for a second, because now down from starting at 15 laps, of course, just to 9 laps, although there, a little bit of an unforced error from Daipo through turn 1, runs it over the curb and out past the limits. We'll see the number 82 flash up with their first warning for track limits as well as a result. Back up the front, Scott, and Zhang Zhendong Gap up to 3.7 seconds. I don't think that's start looking to come down anytime soon at the current rate of things.
No, just keeping an eye on, though, a little bit deeper in the pack, and Benny Santoso has got an opportunity. Remember, Cup standings, Zhang Nan is the first of the Cup Series drivers, sits in 5th place, and the next 4 of them all run down to 8th place, and Benny Santoso's in 9th place. So if Benny can get that thing wound up, as we're actually seeing Anand Thorne get back out there in his TCR, Z Speed Motorsport entry, at least to keep circulating. Benny Santoso's most recent lap time 47.0, and 2 tenths gained in sector 1, 5 tenths gained in the middle sector. So he's going to drive very, very quickly up to the back of Yang Huiji. If he can get that job done nice and early, there's only about another 2.5 seconds. He's got enough time to catch the next group, which is Diopo and Liu. But yeah, he's sort of got to get a motor on and give himself an opportunity. Well, keep what you do in motorsport is no matter what happens, keep your head up and keep looking for the opportunities, because you just never know when they'll come your way.
Yep, overdrove it on lap 1 it seems, but now might have the possibility to drive back past them. I mean, in fact, he's pulled 2.6 seconds on Liu for reference on that, well, was the previous lap. As the lap times are now update, he still pulls nearly 1.5 seconds on Liu in 7th, pulls over 1 second on Young in front of him in 8th, and half a second up on Daipo in 6th place. Yeah, I'd say P6, that's still very possible for him, given there's just under 8 laps to go for him at this point in the race. So, like, plenty of time to do that. Maybe even potentially with a really good run and maybe further pace drop off for someone like Jian. Maybe even getting back to a cup win is not entirely off the cards if his consistency and pace is still there as the race and the laps go by.
Interested to see how this situation is developing. Notice the rear end of that car is no longer flapping for Max Hart. Gets up to speed, gets up to a certain speed, and then it does flap. So down through the middle of the lap, not getting enough air on that right rear corner. Umar Abdullah, in terms of his racing potential at the moment, 46.959, so sits quite comfortably in 4th spot in the pro class right now, and it's going to take some miracle for him to sort of lose that one, sort of circulating on his own at the moment. Oh, well, that's going to change things, and I'm just going to wait for it to pop up on the screen, just for everyone at home, because there's no way it won't get popped up on the screen, but it is absolutely going to change the outcome of this race. As we're now past the halfway mark, 7 more laps left to run. Race leader, Zhang Zhengdong, leads the way by 5 seconds or so as it currently stands. Max Hart's had an issue on that most recent lap. Just ran a 48.4. Max Hart might be having an issue, by the way, Dan.
Yeah, it's definitely a poor lap from him, that's for sure. Yeah, well, I'm just waiting to see if it comes. I'm not sure if it is. So I think we might need to break the news. Your current race leader, Zhang Zhendong, has been issued a 30-second time penalty for a false start to begin the race. Now, I just actually looking back through some of the articles that were published from the opening weekend of the championship back at Sepang in May. It's not the first time one of these Hyundai N by Z Speed cars has been issued a time penalty for a starting infringement. It was the second race of the weekend at Sepang back in May, where it was Huang Doyong got a 30-second penalty for not being correctly positioned in his grid box. So all we have is that it's a false start, so it might be a case. Oh, there it is. Just had to wait a little bit longer, and eventually it would come like you thought, Scott. But well, yeah, that should probably take him out of any contention. In fact, a 30-second penalty right now puts him all the way back, more or less. Actually, no, hang on. We need to wait for the time.
Yeah,
about 8th, maybe. I think it'll be 8th. I have to confirm that once it updates.
So we'll just wait at the moment. You can see that Hyundai N by Z Speed just getting the news at the moment coming through on their timing on the phones. So it's going to drop him back at least to 6th, probably just going to be 6th. Just watch the car on the right-hand side of the screen. There's a lurch there.
Did he creep? Did he creep when the red lights were still up? I think that's where it was.
I definitely feel like he was
Well,
moving.
Here's a better angle. No lights, but or is he's out of the grid box? He's like, or is he like he's borderline on the grid box? There, that right front tire was awfully close to being on the line. Could it be the grid box, which is exactly what his teammate got back in Sepang?
You're right. He was right on up on the yellow line, so that'll be the.
I'm referring to the lateral position, the white line, the edge of the box, side to side.
Well, he wouldn't penalise. He wouldn't penalise unless they were absolutely sure on that one either. So, either way, it's been added. And there's an update for Benny Santoso as well. He's just received a warning for a track limits violation, up to 8th spot at the moment. Most recent lap didn't actually take any time out of the next car on the road, which was Luke Uren. So I wonder whether or not there might have been a drama. Sector 1, though, did take a 10th of a second out. Takes another little bit of time out in sector number 2 for Benny Santoso. We'll wait on the sector 3 times as a race leader through the final corner. Wang Do-Yun hasn't won a race this year. Could the trip over to Thailand net dividends for Huang Do-Yun? And could this be the moment that Max Hart needed to restart his championship fight? He's now fallen off in terms of pace out of the 47.1, so just looking to preserve his position as it currently stands, making a little bit of time, keeping an eye on the final sector times for drivers in the Cup class. Cup currently led by Zhang Yan out of 5th place in the 21 entry, and on their most recent lap, 48.7 is a slow lap for Zhang Nan. Now, Daipo's actually starting to close in, so there's going to be a battle on for the Cup class lead as it currently stands. Luke Uren runs a 48.3, and Santoso's now fallen off in terms of his lap time, so his final sector incredibly scrappy as well, losing a bunch of time in the final sector. I wonder whether or not they're losing time down at turn 9 or so, or if there's some drama with some of that speedy dry, the oil that was on the surface earlier on. See that guard still flapping about for Max Hart.
Hasn't broken off just yet, any more than it already had. Yeah, I'd be curious to know how much that, if that is affecting things, how much. So still got that right indicator jammed on, it seems, which came on during the warm-up lap. Hasn't come off since. The other thing is that at the current rate things are looking, Zhang Zhendong, 30-second penalty, still puts him in 4th place. Only a little bit ahead of Jian Nung at the moment, which would be, by the end of this race, another, if it's 5 laps to go, start of that one would be 4 laps to go here in a second as he crosses the line further up the road. Pretty comfortable chance to get clear. Just having a look at our leading Honda Civic in the hands of Umar Abdullah. A comfortable 4th place in the sense that all of our Pro Class cars have all really spaced out to the tune of 5 to 6 seconds apiece each.
That's a really interesting stat, and actually just looking through the TCR Asia point standings, qualifying also nets points as well, all the way down to 7th spot. So 10 points for first, 7 for second, 5 for third, and then 1 point down to 7th spot. But then it's 45, 30, 45, 35, 30, 27, 24, 21. So there is quite a significant margin. It's 8 points or so. If Max Hart was to finish second and Zheng Zhengdong was to finish in 4th, that'll be 8 points he'll gain back, but he'll lose 5 of those just to qualifying results. So it'll only be a net gain of 3 points. Unless something happens to Huang Do-Yun and he manages to win the race as a result. But like I said, needed to make some margin. We'll start ahead of him tomorrow, and that opening lap was very, very sketchy. I'm tipping drama for tomorrow on that opening lap, just with the reverse grid.
Oh, are you now? Just you wondering that's possibly a possibility there. Well, yes. Cold tyre TCR start, that almost sounds like a guarantee. Be a fool not to take that sucker's bet as to whether we get some issues there. But indeed.
Dan, need I remind you that the last time you were in a TCR in the sim, I was in race control, and I believe you had a whole bunch of drama and lost a chance.
Yeah, look.
Final race.
Yeah, look. Let's not go there, all right? I don't need that memory dredged up. Okay, that was salt in my own wounds, and the fact that it was entirely self-inflicted made it all the more worse.
Yeah. Look,
can't even blame anyone else.
I think we could go and dredge that one up for our fans. No, I think we've inflicted enough pain on Dan for the weekend.
Suffering is just too damn much. Scott. You know, how about we focus on the racing here and now rather than what I may or may not have done once upon a time some years ago, because 3 laps to go now in this race. No, pardon me. That's a timing glitch, I think. Zhang Zhendong should be it.
That's potentially an update for the 30 seconds that's already been added, I think, potentially to Zhang Zhendong, unless he's
fair.
The penalty.
That's also a possibility, although it's a little odd that it's applied. So, actually, wait, no, my bad. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, for those who are watching on and maybe haven't watched and heard much about things, yeah, timing has been a bit interesting today. Zhang Zhendong is still on track leading the race, but he's now apparently scored as 4th outright despite being 1st in class. It may be exactly that, as has been noted, that his 30-second time penalty has already now been applied in some respects to the scoring system, and it's counting it so we can actually see it live as it goes. Either way, it makes for... Actually, no, he's crossed the start-finish line, I think, or he's about to cross the start-finish line, and it's changed again. So, never mind any of that setup that we were going through there.
I would say that was what it would be a respective time should the penalty have been applied. So, yeah, in terms of things, still leading the way. Very, very quick in the final sector too for Zhang Zhendong. He's making 0.5 of a second over Huang Doyun in the final sector of the lap just on his own. Umar Abdullah's, I think, starting to match Max Hart just ahead of him. It's an interesting one just to keep half an eye on. At the moment, though, Benny Santosa was the big key. He started to really fall off in terms of the lap time, so he's not been able to hang on to those tyres. He's now 1.1 seconds off of his fastest lap of the race, and not making inroads, unfortunately, to Luke Uren anymore. Daipo's managed to make his way through to take the lead of the Cup standings and sits 5th on the road now. So 5th through 9th are your Cup standings drivers. And indeed, they are on track, and well, not much left to sort of run in terms of this one, Dan. There is 2 more laps left to run, and Zhang Zhendong is going to come by, start finish line the next time by, and grab the last lap board.
He will, and he'll be the first to see the checkered flag at this rate, but unfortunately that's not going to mean much to his race results. Now, you noted there about drivers in that Cup category like Benny Santoso not having the pace to catch cars. Jiannan has another kind of a shocking lap, although by the looks of things it was just a case of with the way racing with Daipo for the Cup category lead, that might have been what slowed Jiang down a lot, because pace has more or less rebounded on this current lap to be in line with everyone else. So I don't think we should expect too many crazy position changes at this point. Final lap boards come out at the start-finish line, and you see it there on the gantry too. So it'd be Zhang Zhendong and Huang Doyun, and now Max Hart all through, with Umar Abdullah keeping Hart somewhat honest, although slowest driver of the top 4 was the 86 here on screen with us now as he enters turn number 1. So little bit of a pace deficit to find perhaps come tomorrow. And your Cup class drivers start coming across the line now as well, Scott. Smallest margin in the field is right on 1 second between Jiang Nang and Lu Qiren for 2nd in the Cup category.
Yeah, that battle's actually a little bit closer than you think it is. It's down to a second, and well, on the most recent lap, Zhang Nan ran a 48.396, reasonable through sector 1, lost it in the back half of the lap. So it'll be worth keeping an eye on. Second step on the podium for your Cup standings. Runs it down though through turn number 8 into turn number 9. The run home for Zhang Zhendong hasn't let off the pace at all. His last lap time was only 0.7 of a second slower than his fastest lap time on the race. Might have been a sketchy opening lap, but he's come out of it with the straightest car, with the quickest car, and he's driven the wheels off it to get here. And very important that he did, because if he'd have backed off and preserved the car just a little bit, well, he wouldn't be finishing 4th after receiving a 30-second time penalty. So it'll be a win on the road. But 30 seconds to come, and then your effective leader will be Hwang Do-yun, who will take the race victory. After penalties have been applied, Max Hart will get home and take effective 2nd place. A little bit of damage on that car. They'll have a look at that one overnight, get it back to its preferred condition. And Umar Abdullah made some ground in this race as well. Gets back to 4th place at the line. And Daipro, starting from deep in the field, is going to pick himself up a class victory in the cup standings as well. Zhang Nan gets home for P2, caught on the last lap by Luke Karen, who'll take home P3 in your cup standings. Benny Santoso, you wonder what could have been for him. Spin on lap number 1, could have been a class win. And he's been very quick this season in terms of the cup standings. Actually finished 3rd outright, I believe, back at race number 3 of the season for TCR Asia. And that is going to do it. And I'll tell you what, Hwang Do-yun is going to win his first race of the season, and the first time a driver outside of Zhang Zhengdong and Max Hart wins the race this season.
That he does indeed. So it's now 3 of the Hyundai N by Z Speed drivers with race wins to their name in TCR Asia 2024. It just means that, unfortunately, the old one that's out is now Benny Santoso, although he's racing in the Cup category, so maybe not quite the same in that respect. But timing updates, and it shows indeed Zhang Zhendong officially finishing 23.4 seconds behind Hwang Do-yun for the race win on timing. So there we are. All said and done, just the one penalty there affecting the race results, and meaning, as you said, Scott, as they came across the line, that there is your podium. Hwang Do-yun on the top step. Max Hart coming home in 2nd, and Umar Abdullah breaking up the Hyundai party with a 3rd place finish for the Delta Garage Racing team in his Honda Civic TCR to finish off the racing action there with your final finish. Zhang Zhendong back to 4th. Dipro Fitramadan winning the Cup category in 5th, with Jian Nang behind him in 6th. And Lu Qiren, very close, but we'll have to settle for 3rd in the Cup category and 7th on the road. Santoso for 8th, Yang Haoji in 9th, and for Anna Torn, unfortunately, technical issues of some kind, it seems, with the car, mechanical issues as well, means that he ends up finishing that one there 2 laps down on the rest of the field, but will be classified at least for those points. And with that, Scott, that will be the end of our first day's action here from the Chunk International Circuit. But of course, that still means we've got a full day coming up tomorrow, all racing from start to finish as well, to bring this weekend and this racing round of action to a head and conclusion.
That's it. So we'll give you, ladies and gentlemen, the rundown tomorrow morning. We're going to be starting off your Thailand Super Eco. Will give us their final race of the weekend from 10:05 a.m. From there, we're going to get into your Thailand Super Compact, which will be kicking off from 11 a.m. This is all Thailand local time. Make sure that you check the times and adjust for your local session. Tomorrow afternoon will be kicked off from 1:20 p.m. with your Thailand Super Pickup. They'll go green from 1:20. Then we'll move on to, that'll be your C-Class drivers, your Thailand Super Pickup A and B Class drivers from 2:15 p.m. TCR Asia. Just the way it did today, we'll finish off the racing action tomorrow afternoon from 3:10 p.m. We hope you'll all join us for day number 2 of the Thailand Super Series coverage. And as we get set for another gangbusters day of Thailand Super Series racing action, combined with TCR Asia, ladies and gents, thank you for joining us here today. We'll see you all again tomorrow.